Hi, Dan.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, good. Everything okay?
Hanging in there.
Good deal. Good to see you.
Oh, it's
You talked
audio
to,
now unmuted.
pardon me?
Kirkland Cox, DS.
Good morning,
Hold on a
Gene
little bit.
Lasano.
Good morning, Gene. Thanks for joining us.
Bill Zelmer, CAC member, has joined the meeting. Irina Brosman, CBSC, has joined the meeting.
I'm not sure who to address this to, but I do have co-host. I'm still not able to spotlight myself.
Yeah, we'll have the co-host spotlight you.
Oh, okay. So okay, we don't have to worry about that part.
I'm not sure, but I will talk to the co-host when she gets back in the room and ask her if you could she needs to be spotlighted. Who? The ASL, Rachel.
I made her a co-host so they can spotlight themselves and switch out spotlighting themselves.
And so apparently she can't do that.
I don't have that feature.
It's working on it.
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Okay.
Thanks, Barbara.
And Jessica, so when you guys, I guess I'll just spotlight you both. We'll just leave you both spotlighted. Okay.
That's it. We'll be turning our cameras off when we're not actively interpreting, though, just so you know.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have everybody, we don't have Janice. Good morning, everybody. It's just about 9 o'clock. It looks like we might be waiting for one or two more members. If we just give it a minute or so, is that okay?
Yep, sounds good.
Okay. Okay, good morning. It looks like we have everybody here now. Chair, would you like to take over?
Yes, good morning, everybody. Welcome and thank you for all coming. I'm Brad Wunlett, Chair of the Access Code Advisory Committee. I'm calling this meeting to order. It is 9:01 a.m. on June 24th. Beth, would you please call the roll?
Oh, the audio now unmuted.
Oh. Ready to try that again?
Okay. Brad Wunlett.
Did you just miss that, Beth?
What was that?
I started, but I guess we weren't unmuted.
You were unmuted.
You were unmuted. I heard you.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
I will call the roll. Brad Wunlett.
Perfect. Thank you. Here.
Eugene Lozano.
Here.
Aparez Kambata.
Here.
Daniel Kaiser.
I'm here.
Bill Zelmer.
I'm here.
Michael Gibbons.
I'm here.
Janice Kent. Janice Kent.
You're muted, Janice?
Yeah, I was muted. Now I'm here and unmuted.
You're here. Thank you. David Field.
Here.
Thank you. Trevor Finneman.
Here.
Thank you. And April Dawson.
Here, and my name is now April Dawson Rawlings,
It
just for the
is.
record.
That
Thank you.
reminder. Okay. It looks like we have quorum.
Thank you, Beth, and we do have a quorum for this meeting. At this time, I'd like to remind the committee members participating remotely to disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at your remote location, and the general nature of your relationship with any such individuals pursuant to Senate Bill 544, Chapter 216, Statutes of 2023. Beth, will you please read the meeting information and instructions then?
Good morning, everyone. I am Beth Maynard, Associate Construction Analyst of the Building Standards Commission, and will be assisting the chairperson throughout the meeting. I would also like to introduce the other CBS staff in attendance. Barbara Trusley, who will be running the Zoom webinar and YouTube webcast, and also will help us with the public comments received during the meetings. Other CBS staff are on Zoom. Well, sitting next to me, and I'd like to welcome our new Executive Director, Stoyan Bumlov.
Good morning, everyone.
Kevin Day, Deputy Executive
Kyle
Director
Kraus, HCD has joined the meeting.
on Zoom. And
Thank you, Beth. Good morning.
Irina Brosman. I'm sorry I didn't give you time to say good morning.
Morning.
Thank you. This is an open public meeting of the CBSC Accessibility Access Code Advisory Committee. The purpose of this meeting is to ensure public participation in the development of the proposed building standards and to ensure adequate technical review and recommendations to the Commission and the state agencies on the proposed building standards submitted for the committee's review prior to being evaluated by the CBSC commissioners for adoption. The proposed building standards are required to comply with specific criteria listed in the Health and Safety Code section 18930, commonly known as the 9-point criteria. The committee members can find the 9-point criteria listed in the Code Advisory meeting procedures and references provided as part of the materials for the meeting. The members of the public can find the 9-point criteria posted on the Access CAC meeting webpage linked on the meeting agenda. Committee recommendations are restricted to approve, approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study. For positions to approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study, the commenter must identify which one or more of the required 9-point criteria the proposed code change has failed to satisfy and provide your rationale. Comments must be restricted to one or more of the required 9-point criteria. This meeting is being held remotely, consistent with Senate Bill 544, Chapter 216, Statutes of 2023, which remains effective until July 1st, 2026, and allows alternate requirements for state boards, committees, and commissions, state bodies, opting to conduct meetings and other proceedings by electronic means. In part, the statute allows for a state body that is an advisory body to participate remotely, as specified. As a reminder, CAC members participating remotely, must always remain on the camera. If at any time a member needs to turn off their camera for bandwidth or other issues, please notify the chair. Today's meeting can be viewed in the Zoom webinar and on the CBSC YouTube channel linked on the meeting agenda. I would like to remind the YouTube viewers there is an approximate 45-second delay. Real-time closed captioning is available via automated live transcriptions in both Zoom and YouTube. The public may provide comments on each agenda item by calling in on the Zoom teleconference number provided on the meeting agenda, or by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. Instructions are provided on the CBSC webpage. If you have difficulty with the technology, please call the CBSC office at 916-263-0916. I will now read the public comment and Zoom instructions. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the committee chair to ask for any comments from the public. The chair will go first through the Zoom participants that have raised their hands. Then the committee chair will take comments from the public on Zoom phone line. At this time, please take yourself off mute. You may choose to announce your name and who you are representing before making your comment. Please mute yourself when done commenting. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. Staff will summarize any written comments that were received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, May 28, 2024. The committee will then proceed to the next agenda item. If possible, please call from a landline using the telephone handset only. This enhances the committee's ability to hear your comments clearly. Calling from a speakerphone or a cell phone reduces the quality of the audio, makes it harder for your comments to be heard clearly. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we can now proceed to the next agenda item 2.
Thank you, Beth. Appreciate that. Agenda item 2 is an overview, meeting schedule, and housekeeping. And I'm going to go ahead and read a few of the following items for our meeting today. Letter A, staying on schedule is everyone's responsibility. Please honor time limits when they're identified. B, I will call for the state proposing agency to address the committee and explain the proposed building standard. The committee will then discuss each agenda item and I will call for public comments. During that time, please avoid duplicating comments in their entirety. Support or non-support may be expressed for specified comments. Following all comments and discussion, I'll call for a motion and a second to recommend action on each agenda item relating to the proposed building standards. A roll call vote will be taken for each motion today. Please stay on the subject matter being discussed and avoid sidebar conversations. Extraneous discussions disrupt the flow of the meeting and can be hard for persons on the telephone to understand who is speaking and what is being discussed. Please be respectful of others' time and opinion and avoid interruptions. And lastly, we'll take a break, lunch break around noontime, and the committee will decide on a good stopping point as the meeting progresses. All right, next agenda item is agenda item 3. Agenda item 3 is comments from the public on issues not on this agenda. Comments regarding items not on the agenda may be briefly discussed, but no action may be taken by the committee. So at this time, I'd like to remind the public who wishes to speak on agenda item 3 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, please check Zoom and then phone for commenters on agenda item 3.
Yeah, first hand up is going to be Lisa. Lisa, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Is there a reason why the state always focuses on making public bathrooms accessible for people who have various disabilities?
So Lisa, at this time, this is a public comment. We would appreciate any comments. Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to answer any questions specifically during this meeting.
That's a question and a comment.
Okay.
So just to inform you, Lisa, we did receive your comment and I have forwarded it to the appropriate state agencies.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Lisa. Barbara, do we have any other commenters on Zoom or the phone?
Yes. Next hand is going to be Michael.
Hey, everybody. My name is Michael Cochran. I'm an architect working in Los Angeles. I had previously sent, we've got a project that we are working on where, per Lisa's previous comment, we're talking about public bathroom accessibility here. We sent over some proposals for an adjustment or an exception of some sort to allow for kind of an alternate means of providing necessary access for a wheelchair accessible toilet compartment. We're looking at 11B 604.8.1.1.1 and 0.2. This is for maneuvering space with a side opening door. Now, in that, there is a requirement at these toilet compartments to extend the distance between the front of the toilet and the wall to 60 inches minimum, whereas in most, the requirement for the size around the water closet requires a 48-inch minimum from the toilet to the wall. Our understanding is that this requirement is in order to provide for additional clearance when you have the door. And the way that the diagrams are set up is such that it requires, it basically is accommodating for the 60-inch minimum width of that compartment. But what we've noted is that if you're able to widen that compartment, or maybe you don't have that additional depth, by widening that compartment, you're able to provide that 60-inch by 60-inch clearance for the maneuvering space at the door location without running into any of the necessary clearances or space required around the water closet. This would allow for, a foot is a big deal in our world, and you're able to kind of pull that back from the depth, still meet the required 48 inches in front of the toilet that's required for use of that, use of the water closet, while also making sure that you're maintaining any kind of clearances, maneuverability at the door, while kind of meeting those requirements of the code. So we are hoping for some interest in providing some exception, or I don't pretend to be a person that is very good at writing the code, and that's why I think we rely on you experts. Interested in if there would be a provision for that. We're also currently talking with the LA County research section for allowance on this on a current project that we are working on, but looking at this as a potential way to expand potential ability to provide accessible wheelchair compartments in future code cycles. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. And yeah, just to let you know, we did receive your comment and I did forward that to DSA.
Great, thank you so much, really appreciate it.
There are no other hands raised in Zoom, and we don't have any phone participants at the moment.
Okay. And we did receive one other comment from Stephen Atwater, who is with the low power EV charging, who commented with a question asking about the 2019 Cal Green Code established an exception which allows private multifamily projects constructed for first occupancy after March 13th, 1991 to meet accessibility requirements by designing projects in compliance with 11B. And then his question was, what does that mean for multifamily projects with first occupancy prior to March 13th, 1991? And I did also forward that to the appropriate state agencies. So there are no other hands raised, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Beth, and thank you to the public for your comments. Much appreciated. This concludes agenda item 3. Again, thank you for your comments. Next on the agenda is item 4. For the 2024 to 2026 term, the committee will need to nominate a new vice chair, and all CAC members must vote on the new nomination. So at this time, well, actually, we'll go ahead and have a discussion and potential nomination for a vice chair for the committee.
I'd like to nominate Daniel Kaiser. This is Mike Gibbons. Oh,
So we've received a nomination from committee member Gibbons for Dan Kaiser. Oh.
Audio now unmuted. Let's say to unmute your microphone.
Did we have any other nominations for vice chair for the committee? No others. Any discussion regarding Mr. Kaiser as vice chair for the 24-26 term? All right, then we'll go ahead and proceed to the public comment. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on the nomination of Daniel Kaiser for vice chair to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then phone for commenters on the nomination of Daniel Kaiser as vice chair?
There are no hands raised and currently no phone participants.
That concludes the public comment portion, and we've entertained the motion on the new nomination for vice chair, Daniel Kaiser. Do we have a second?
Gene Lozano, second.
I assume, Beth, you got the second on that one.
I heard Jean Lozano for a second.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Sounds good. So it's been moved and seconded that the CAC for accessibility be selecting Daniel Kaiser as the vice chair of the Access Code Advisory Committee. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Beth, can you please conduct a roll call vote?
Brad Winluck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arfaez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
aye. And I'm sorry, Dan.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
and David Field.
Aye.
Thank you. Looks like it has unanimously passed.
Congratulations, Mr. Kaiser.
Well, thank you. This doesn't mean that you can take a day off.
Well, we'll see about that, but let's see how far we get today. Thank you. All right. With that, we'll now move on to agenda item 5. Department of Housing and Community Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Building Code Part 2, Title 24. HCD representatives, please introduce yourselves and then present the proposal for item 5. HCD has their commission action matrix table. Please indicate the CAM number, and section name of the item presented. HCD, I believe we have Veronica.
Good morning. Yes, I'm
Good
here.
morning. I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to you to present item by item as we go through.
Yes.
So
Monica,
Your audio is very.
your audio is we can
Garbled.
understand.
can't understand you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much
Yes.
better.
Still the same?
Yes.
Yeah.
For some weird reason, Zoom is always freezing on me. I don't know why.
We can hear you
Okay,
now,
let's
Veronica.
try again. If not, I can try to change to a different internet.
No, that sounds good. You're good.
Sounds good. Okay. Good morning, Chair and members of Advisory Committee. My name is Veronica Turdin. I'm an Associate Construction Analyst representing the Department of Housing and Community Development.
So Veronica, you're breaking up again.
I don't know why he's doing this.
So, good morning, everyone. Mitchell Baker with HCD. Well, Veronica works on the audio. Just want to do a quick introduction, myself, and we also have our Deputy Director in the house. My name is Mitchell Baker, Assistant Deputy Director for HCD's Division of Codes and Standards. And Kyle Kraus is on the line. Kyle, you want to do a quick introduction or just a wave?
Just a wave.
So Kyle Kraus is our Deputy Director with HCD's Division of Codes and Standards. And I'll see if Veronica has bandwidth now.
1 minute. Can you hear me now?
We can, yeah.
Well, let's try.
No.
And then we lost you.
Veronica, try staying off video and it may improve the connection.
Can you guys hear me now?
So far, yeah.
It's better? Okay. Sorry. I was trying to reach to put my camera off and it was really slow. Okay, good morning, Chair and members of the Advisory Committee. So my name is Veronica Turdin. I'm an Associate Construction Analyst representing the Department of Housing and Community Development. Thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes to Chapter 11A for the 2025 California Building Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. HCD proposes building standards updates through a series of amendments to Chapter 11A. There are editorial or to provide clarity. There is no intended change in regulatory effect for any of the proposed amendments. HCD convened a focus group meeting on August 23rd, 2023, and updated the express terms language thereafter. HCD is ready to commence with a discussion of the proposals and request the Code Advisory Committee's expertise and approval. I am ready to proceed, however the chair would like.
Veronica, yeah, as mentioned, we'd like to go item by item. So we'll go 1 through 9 individual, and then we'll take a cumulative vote at the end. But we will take votes on each item individually as we go along as well.
Okay, perfect. So let's start with first item. And I'm looking at the agenda. It will be 1-1. So Chapter 11A, Housing Accessibility, Section 1101A.1, Scope, and Section 1102A.1, where required. So HCD proposes to amend Section 1101A.1 that currently requires newly constructed covered multifamily dwellings which can also be defined as public housing, to be subject of the requirements of both Chapter 11A and Chapter 11B. Government Code Section 12955.1 provides directions for HCD to propose adoption of the building standards necessary to prohibit discrimination in the design and construction of all housing other than publicly funded housing, and grants the Division of State Architect, DSA, the authority to promulgate regulations for public housing. Over the past code cycles, Chapter 11B amendments included the scoping provisions consistent with Chapter 11A for covered multifamily dwellings. The Division of State Architect adopted the site impracticality test and technical requirements for accessible dwelling units with adaptable features in Chapter 11B. Reference to both Chapter 11A and 11B is no longer needed for public housing, and Chapter 11B should be the applicable code. The modification is for clarity only, and there is no intended change in the regulatory effect. I am ready for your comments.
Thank you, Veronica. At this time, this item's open for committee discussion, so I'm going to bring it back to the committee. If there's any discussion, questions, or comments for Veronica and HCD at this time, if you do so, please reference the CAM number, section number, name, and page. So at this time, committee members, do you have any comments regarding these proposed amendments? Item 1. No comments? So then at this time, I'd like to remind the public, we'll shift over to public comment. Remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 1.
I'm sorry, I was slow to unmute, but I do have a clarifying question for Veronica. Under 1, 2, the annotations, it says HCD proposes to remove reference to 11A from this section. Is that stated correctly?
Proposing to remove, yes, Chapter 11A reference from this section, yes.
And,
so
and
everything
by
for
this
public
section,
housing, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And by this section, you're talking about section 1102A.1.
1101A.1 scope and 1102A.1 where required. Yes, both sections.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm a little confused, and it could be jet lag. So bear with me. But when you say HCD is proposing to remove reference to Chapter 11A, because now DSA adopts requirements for public housing in Chapter 11B, is it that we are, or HCD is proposing to remove reference to public housing, or I'm not too clear on this. Could you elaborate on that?
So DSA has the authority to develop all the regulations for public housing. And for the multi-unit family dwelling that are publicly funded also. We do not have that regulation. So that authority. So if you look at Government Code Section 12955.1, and I think I don't have it open because I'm afraid my computer will crash, but I think it's subsection C. It will exactly state what I just said, that, we don't have that authority to regulate public housing regulations.
I guess it would help to if you could share your screen with the proposed verbiage change being proposed for the two sections in question. Is that something that we can do?
So that should be in the documents in the statement of reasons, express terms, and then in the matrix that was
I can pull
supplied
that
as
up.
part of the agenda.
I'll pull that up. I'm going to go ahead and mute at this point. Thank you.
And if I can add just real quick to the comments from Veronica. So in those sections, the current verbiage references Chapter 11A and Chapter 11B, and what we're striking out is reference to Chapter 11A as it relates to public housing. So it's just those words, and that was the reference in our comments today, is just removal of the two words, actually three words, Chapter 11A and the word and.
Thank you, Mitchell.
So we did have a lot of meetings with DSA, and we ensured that they adopted a lot of the FHA requirements, and our chapters never really contradicted. They always complemented each other. So now pretty much everything that has to do with public housing, it's in 11B.
Thank you, Veronica. Do we have any other committee discussion or questions of HCD staff? Okay, so seeing none, we're going to proceed to public comment at this time. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 5, item 1, to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 5? Item 1.
First comment is going to be from Bob.
Yes, this is Bob Raymer, representing the California Building Industry Association and also the California Apartment Association. And we support this item. While the construction specifications for 11A and 11B are mostly the same, there are some different provisions, and this is a good clarification. And to save time, CBIA and CAA are supporting all of HCD's proposed changes today. And lastly, we'd like to welcome Stoyan on board as the new executive director. Well deserved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment is going to be from Kendra.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kendra Muller. I am a disabled advocate and attorney from Disability Rights California. I had a preliminary procedural comment. Can the committee ask questions of those giving public comment, or is that not allowed?
You can.
Or I mean, if the can you ask questions of us? I understand that you can't address public comments directly at this time.
Correct. Yeah, they can respond to comments specific to this agenda item.
Understood. DRC at this time opposes item 1 as Chapter 11B is not fully incorporated all required 11A provisions. For example, Section 1104A.1 section defining covered multifamily dwellings fails to include the whole category of Fair Housing Act covered dwellings. This is just an example, and we have many more. But until this issue is addressed, we would oppose this. We suggest that DSA be involved and consulted on this item to ensure that all required incorporations have been incorporated. And this clarification will encourage the code compliance under both Health and Safety Code 18930A1 and A2. But until that time, we oppose this.
There are no other hands raised, and oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there it is. Noel?
Yeah, yes, just a clarification. I apologize because I have not had a chance to read the material, but just listening to it, I was here for another item. Will this leave enough clarity for the adaptable units to know how to what to abide to under accessibility requirements? Typically, we would just at a certain point, just refer all adaptable to 11A. I'm just upon hearing this. My first question is there clarity on adaptable units on all the regulations? And this probably is obvious, but again, just listening from the public, I appreciate your take on my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Noel.
I don't see any other hands raised, and there are still no phone participants at the moment.
Okay.
Perfect. So thank you for the public comments. Maybe as staff, were any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? And if so, would you please summarize them?
Chair, there were comments submitted and from DRC, and she has spoken on what she submitted.
Perfect. Thank you. So that concludes the public comment portion. At this time, we can either entertain a motion or if there's any questions or comments from the committee.
I have a question. It's Mike Gibbons.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay. So I didn't, you could hear me.
Sorry.
I just gonna try to hold off on this. I'm somewhat confused, not somewhat, I'm confused in regards to this particular provision. When it comes to the multifamily housing, what is, the definition of multifamily housing and how it's going to apply to the adaptable units. And this also goes in conjunction with other provisions that we're going to be going over today in regards to what they're calling clarifying language, which I don't actually think it's clarifying. I think it's new language in the building code. And I just hope somebody's going to be able to explain, the definition of the multifamily to a clearer idea down the road. I just wanted to leave it open for that. I need to discuss it later. Thank you. Or if somebody has any ideas, they can explain it to it now about the definition in here in regards to how multifamily is going to apply.
So Mike, were you looking for clarification from HCD on that question?
If it's possible, yes. I think I'm looking more for it from DSA as we get to that point, but I would certainly love to hear it if they can say anything.
Chair, I can respond to the question if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Awesome. So on the current item number, HCD's efforts are to remove just references to Chapter 11A in Sections 101A.1 and 1102A.1. We are not proposing any changes to the other language within these sections, and it's merely to align with current application of the code as it relates to public housing for units that can be considered covered multifamily dwellings, and that 11B would apply if they're also public housing. So we're not proposing in this item number any changes to the term multifamily unit.
So you say if they are publicly funded and they're also multifamily units.
Covered multifamily dwelling.
Multifamily buildings. That's what well. Okay, thank you for that.
My pleasure. And HCD's Kyle Kraus also has his hand up to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Mitchell. And at the pleasure of the chair, just to offer a little bit more context. This is HCD's effort in conjunction with the Division of State Architect to clarify the difference between public housing and privately funded housing. HCD has specific authority for privately funded covered multifamily dwellings, but not public housing. So this change simply clarifies the difference and authorities for public housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Looks like DSA also has their hand raised. I'm not sure if they want to add anything else to this.
Yep. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Eric Drever, Principal Architect at DSA. I would just concur with Mr. Kraus and HCD that they have conferred with DSA on this proposal. DSA is in concurrence and supports the proposal, and it is simply clarifying the difference between privately funded covered multifamily housing and public housing under DSA's authority. DSA does believe that we have incorporated all of the requirements of the Fair Housing Act into 11B, but continue to work with DRC and others to make clarifications in 11B as appropriate.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
So I'm going to come back to the committee at this point if there's any other discussion on the item. Okay. So at this time, we'd entertain a motion on agenda item 5, item 1 with HCD, where there's no further discussion.
This is Dan Kaiser. Motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Do we have a second?
Bill Zelmer, a second.
Mr. Zelmer, second. That agenda item 5, HCD item 1 be approved. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion?
I would like to ask, can HCD respond to the questions that were raised by DRC?
Yes, I can respond to those if the chair is okay with that.
Joel, Kyle, either one. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. So we addressed one portion of that we have collaborated with DSA on this proposal. That was one of the comments. And HCD has very explicit authority for public or private housing versus public housing as identified in government code. And so HCD is proposing to make this clarification to have that distinction between the separate authorities of the Division of State Architect and HCD. And I think that clarifies the bulk of the questions from DRC. Thank you.
Thanks, Mitchell. So is there any further discussion regarding the motion? We had a motion by Mr. Kaiser and a second by Mr. Zellner. Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad Winluck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arfaez Kambata. Apologize.
Aye.
Thank you. Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Abstain.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you, HCD item 1. Now we'll move on to item 2. And then Veronica, are you presenting on item 2 as well?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, so agenda item 5, so it's number 2.
Yes.
So second item, chapter 11A, Housing Accessibility, Section 1101, 8.1 Scope. HCD proposes to add a new item, number 4, to clarify that additions to covered multifamily dwellings need to comply with Chapter 11A. Item 3 requires additions to existing buildings where the addition alone meets the definition of covered multifamily dwelling to comply with Chapter 11A. There's confusion as to whether or not an addition to only 2 units to a building that already contains multifamily dwellings would need to comply with Chapter 11A as applicable. Therefore, the new item 4 clarifies that an addition of 1 or 2 dwelling units to an existing building that is already a covered multifamily building built after March 13, 1991 would need to comply with Chapter 11A. The modification or the addition of this item is to clarify only. There is no intended change in regulatory effect. And I'm ready for your comments.
Thank you, Veronica. You broke up there for a second, but I think we understood most of it. This item is now open for committee discussion. Again, for reference, please indicate the CAM number, section number, and IET page if applicable. Committee members at this time, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendment on item 2? All right. So seeing none, we will proceed to public comment. This time I'd remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 5, item number 2, to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 5, item 2.
Yes, first comment is gonna be from Kendra.
Good morning, this is Kendra Muller, DRC from Disability Rights California again. DRC supports item 2 with minor language clarifications. In the eyesore, HCD clarifies that this item seeks to target an addition of, quote, 1 or 2 dwelling units, close quote. We propose that the language of 1 or more be added to the proposed language for clarification under Health and Safety Code A6. We believe this is just a good clarification to ensure that the code user's question that HCD raised would be adequately addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Any other commenters?
There are no other hands raised. We do have one phone participant. Did the person on the phone want to make a comment?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I switched to the phone, so I'm hoping that everybody can hear me better.
I did not understand
that. That wasn't coming in very clear. Are you on 2 different, there was an echo. So if you have 2 different devices going, thank you. Do you want to restate your comment? And your name? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so there's no more hands raised, and that was our only phone participant. They just disappeared, so.
Okay.
I guess we're good.
Thank you, Barbara. CBS staff, were there any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? And if so, would you summarize them? I know that I believe DRC had submitted one and they were on the line, but do we have any others?
No other comments.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. And at this time, we'll bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion. Have any discussion at this time?
Brad, this is Dan Kaiser. I actually have a question for staff. DRC's comments were strictly administrative in nature, but yet I think pretty valid. Is that something that HCD is willing to modify in the statement of reasonings?
I can answer to that if that's okay.
Yes, please.
So I received the DRC comments before the meeting and I was carefully, reading them. And the word addition in item 8 implies that, if there's one or more dwellings added to a multifamily dwelling, so that's something that is already a multifamily because it was built after March 31st, 1991. And as you know, multifamily dwelling means 4 condos or 3 apartment dwelling units. Then obviously you'll have to comply with 11A. I don't know if I'm making sense. Because now you have, 4 apartments for rent. And since the 3, they already are covered multifamily dwellings, obviously the 4th one will have to comply with 11A. So go ahead, Mitch.
You're breaking up a little bit. If I can add to that real quick. So we use the term additions, which is defined, and so that provides the clarity of the application of this proposed section. It relates to additions. So that in of itself provides the scope.
Thank you, Mitch.
Mitch, I agree. However, in your statement of reasons, you specifically state 1 or 2.
Yes.
And that's where I think DRC's clarification is valid. And I think, again, this is an administrative, doesn't have anything to do with the code proposal, but I think is valid to consider, please.
So absolutely, HCD will revisit the language in our initial statement of reasons and make sure that's clear. That's a friendly amendment to the ISOR.
Thank you.
I would just add that currently exception 3 does account for additions to existing buildings where the addition alone meets the definition of a covered multifamily dwelling, which is obviously by extension designed or constructed after March 15, 1991. I'm not sure what addition clarification HCD is seeking through including this new addition. I wasn't clear on the rationale. I feel exception 3 already covers it.
So the main distinction that HCD is proposing to make is that the application applies to those covered multifamily dwelling units that were built for first occupancy prior to March 13, 1991, for the code user to have that clarity on the application based upon date in alignment with the Fair Housing Act.
Can I get a clarification of what I think Veronica said? It broke up some about HCD's categorization of multifamily housing as the 3 and 4 unit standard.
I guess. Oh, Mitch, do you want to answer to that, or I can do it too?
Yeah, go for it. If you break up, I'll jump in.
Okay, thank you. So under definitions, so if you go to the definition of covered multifamily dwellings, it says that buildings that consist of at least 4 condo dwelling units and at least 3 apartment dwelling units.
Yes.
If the buildings have at least 1 elevator. And then, 2 will be the ground floor dwelling units in buildings that consist of at least 4 condos and at least 3 apartment dwelling units if the building does not have an elevator. I don't know if that clarifies better.
It helped. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Janice has had her
Janice,
hand.
yeah. Janice,
filed.
please. Sorry about
Great.
that.
I couldn't see whether the hand was up or not on my screen, so I didn't know whether you knew I was here.
Yeah, I apologize. We had the other discussion going. I was waiting. I apologize.
Not a problem. Okay. One thing that I believe needs clarification here, if we're adding this item number 4 in, is it says additions to existing covered multifamily dwelling units, dwellings with existing covered multi-dwellings were built for first occupancy after, March, yada, yada. If I look at 1102A.2, for existing buildings, basically what that says is that's going to comply with the code that was in place at the time the building was constructed. I can see without having this further enumerated under exception 4 that there might be confusion with building departments. And this would come first before 1102A.2, but there's a lot of confusion on that. So I would suggest that we add to this that additions to existing coverage shall be covered under the code cycle where it was originally built under, not necessarily verbatim how I said it. Because otherwise it's going to negate 1102A.2, the 3rd paragraph, where it says addition shall be subject to the requirements of this chapter, provided the addition, when considered alone, meets the definition of covered multifamily dwelling as defined in chapter 2. So there's some gray area there, and if we're adding in, we may not want to add in more gray area.
Mitchell, would you like to respond to that kind of question? Do you have any, because I saw you kind of nodding your head there, but.
Yeah, well, I was going through like kind of better understanding the comment. I think the application and scope set the stage for that application, and 1102.2A.2 is specific to existing buildings, whereas the section proposed for discussion is the scope and application. And so they kind of stand on their own. But if there's more details on the ambiguity or confusion, I welcome that to better understand an amendment.
Yeah, the reason why I'm saying it is what we're saying here: additions to existing covered multifamily with existing covered were built for, no, not that one. I just think there's going to be some ambiguity here with the way it's worded in the scoping section. And one of the things I think would be really good if the code were very clear.
And certainly that's the HCD's intent. This is to provide that clarity of the scope as it relates to that very specific date in 1991. So that was our hope, is to provide that clarification on the application to additions. And that the existing provisions within 1102A.2 for existing buildings would stand on their own and apply when an existing building is in question.
I hope that happens in building departments, but I can see where it doesn't.
Thank you, Janice. I saw Veronica, you had your hand raised as well. Is that still up, or did you?
This is Veronica. So we kind of said already, but so usually covered multifamily dwellings, if they're built after 1991, they're already compliant. They're already up to 11A. So obviously at the time when it was built, so if it was built in 1993, it will comply with the regulations in 1993. If we're adding an ADU to that building, so we're basically building another structure, detached or attached, that building will also have to comply with the regulations of Chapter 11A. And as Mitch said, he already said, that's why I lowered my hand down. yes, those two sections are completely separate because one is just the scope of 11A and then the other ones are applicability of 11A based on when that structure was built.
Can I respond to that?
Sure, Janice.
Yeah. I mean, again, going back to 1102A2, and I appreciate what you're saying there. It says addition shall be subject to the requirements of this chapter, provided the addition when considered alone meets the definition of a covered multifamily dwelling. If I'm adding one dwelling unit, like an ADU or two dwelling units, it's not going to meet the definition. So that's under existing buildings. So we do have a conflict there where we need more, and a conflict in terms of we need more clarity. Because if we're adding only one unit or two unit, it does not meet the definition of covered multifamily dwelling under 11A or FHA for that matter.
It does, because the definition of covered multifamily dwellings, it says 4 condo dwelling units or at least 3 apartment dwelling units. If you already have a multifamily dwelling, adding another unit, it would be more than the 4 condos or the 3 apartment dwelling units.
Again, if I look at 1102A1, item 1, what it basically says here is apartment buildings, newly constructed covered multifamily dwellings. So if you're adding to it, that addition is only the newly constructed part, not the building itself.
Yes, but if the building itself was built after March 13, will be a multifamily dwelling unit. Just, adding another one to it, it will still meet the definition.
Well, again, under
Alicia Chavez,
one,
DSA has joined the meeting.
It says newly constructed covered multifamily dwellings as defined, not buildings, dwellings.
Right.
And again, we're getting into verbiage here, but this is what I come across quite a bit. And this is kind of what I live in. And again, we're adding more to this where we should have some better clarity, in my opinion, for what it's worth, because there's some conflicts here. So you can interpret it in different ways. And I'm not sure that's the intent of what you want.
I'm in that same world.
Right, you agree with me. Amazing. Yes.
So one little comment, and then I'm gonna let Mitch maybe clarify better. But there is a definition for dwelling unit, and the definition for dwelling unit, it says for the purposes of 11A, it's a single unit of residence for a family of 1 or more persons. Example dwelling units covered by Chapter 11A include condominiums, apartment units within an apartment building, or other types of dwellings in which sleeping accommodation are provided, but toileting or cooking facilities are shared by occupants of more than one room or portion of the dwelling. And then it gives examples. But I mean, I'm pretty sure we will discuss internally and
covered units.
Also, I think it would help if, can you guys still hear
Alicia
me?
Chavez, can you mute, please?
If you could send us an email, it would actually help a lot too. Put in an email and just send it to title24@hcd.ca.gov, and we will definitely work on.
Are you asking me to send you an email? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, if you can send us an email, then yes, you'll.
Alicia Chavez, DSA has left the meeting.
Janice, Veronica, thank you. Mitchell, did you have anything else before we bring it back?
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, so we'd be happy to take this feedback back to the table. I just want to clarify that the proposal has to do with additions to existing covered multifamily dwelling units. So units that are already required to comply that are having additions. That's the proposal to clarify that scope, that additions to existing covered multifamily. But again, we'll take heed of any sort of suggestions and modifications to this section back for discussion. Thank you for the comments, Janice.
I love causing trouble.
It's for
All
a good
right.
cause.
So now it's back to the committee again. Do we have any further discussion or questions of HCD on this item? All right.
Brad, this is Dan Kaiser.
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you, Dan. Do we have a second on this item for approval as submitted?
Bill Zelmer, I'll second.
So it's been moved and seconded that item 2 of agenda item 5 be approved as stated. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion?
If I can, the reason that I recommend approval as submitted is that, with all due respect to my other committee members that may be confused, this is providing the clarity that we have not had before. If you have some additional language that could be followed up in future code cycles, please do. But I think this is good and needs to move forward as it is. Thank you.
And if I may, I would agree with Mr. Kaiser. There has been the confusion. I think this is intending and does clarify language that we haven't had before. I understand, Janice, and then Michael, your comments. I'm not sure personally how to address that through this code section, but appreciate the comments as well. So thank you. Any other discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad Wenluck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Abstain.
Alvarez Kambada,
Abstain.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
No.
Janice Kent,
No further study required.
David Field.
No.
The motion does not carry at this time.
I'd like to move to, is it all right for me to make a move, Brad?
Yeah, no, that was, since that one was not approved, we need another motion.
I'd like to move for further study based on item number 6 of the 9-point criteria.
Eugene Lozano, second.
Who was first on that? I'm sorry.
Michael Gibbons was the
Gibbons,
first.
further
We have a
study.
second by Eugene Lozano for
Further study.
further study using criteria 6.
Thank you.
So it's been moved and seconded that we send this item for further study. Item 2 of agenda item 5. Is there any discussion regarding this motion?
Yes, clarification. This is Dan Kaiser. Are we suggesting short-term further study so that we can still get this through this code cycle, please?
Mr. Gibbons, would you like to clarify?
I don't want anything going through that we don't clarify. So no, I'm not going to limit the time.
There's, and just to clarify, there's only further study. There's no short term, there's no long term. It's just.
Okay. Thank you, Beth.
You're welcome.
Is there any further discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those who oppose, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Beth, can you please conduct the vote?
Absolutely. And this is for item 2.1, further study. Brad Wenluck,
No.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Arfaez Kambada,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
No.
Bill Zellmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Michael, you're on mute.
Sorry, aye.
Thank you.
Janice Kent,
Janice, you're also on mute.
Does I mean further study?
yes.
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
motion carries.
Motion carries. Thank you. Now we will move on to agenda item 3 from HCD.
Chair, if you don't mind, can I ask a question about the previous item number?
Yes,
Before-
please. Go ahead.
Thank you. So just so HCD gets this right, can we get some clarification on what needs to be further studied? We want to make sure that we get this right. And so can anyone making the motion provide some clarity for HCD?
I'm going to look to Michael, Eugene, or Janice on this one, if you would, please.
Sure. This is going to come down to what I expressed a little earlier, that my concerns are primarily with what DSA is proposing and how the publicly funded buildings are going to be defined under multifamily. And it needs to, to me, it's not resolved. And it's something that I want to talk about. So I can't give you exactly what it is other than to let you know that it's given me a rash, and I'd like to get it clarified.
Michael, with regards,
I'll talk. I will do what I can. Hopefully later on today, if we get to that item, or getting with you later after this. I am very concerned about it. So
it's
Michael,
really important. This is Kyle Kraus, Deputy Director with HCD. It's really important that if the committee is going to give guidance to HCD to further study, that we have some context and understanding on what the committee wants us to further study. So if this is going to be messy and we can't get a clear idea of what the committee is proposing we further study, this proposal is at risk of being withdrawn. So this was not intended to amount to a change in regulatory effect, and HCD made that very clear during our presentation. This is simply clarification that new additions to existing covered multifamily buildings are required to meet the requirements of Chapter 11A.
thank you, Kyle. So, Michael, with that, and I was going to ask something, regarding the language that's been added in number 4. Can you clarify your, concern or suggestion for further study with regard to item 2?
Like I stated, my concern, I think that the 11A stuff's very, it works. I'm concerned with how DSA is attaching to the definition and how they're using the multifamily.
It was Jody King. She just wanted you to call her when it's convenient for you.
Michael, with that being said, should that be something that should be addressed in
tonight or something like that?
A later agenda item with DSA?
Well, that's what I'm planning on doing, but I don't want to throw away and just approve this and say, well, we've already approved the other one. And then it may not have some type of, effect on what we're talking about. I just don't know right now. I feel very uncomfortable, and I've gone over this a number of times, and I still have concerns. I understand that we need to have something that hopefully can be enforced at the building level and then not end up in litigation later, which I know that's Janice's concern also. So it's just something that's, when you say clarity, I think that the word clarity is being used differently. It's not always clarity. I don't want to get into that, but I have concerns. And I can't give you the exact what it is. I'd rather wait till we go a little farther on, but I feel comfortable asking for further study at this particular point. If the standard doesn't go through, you know, you guys get to do what you want anyway. So, I mean, that's what I'm here for, is to put my opinions and my feelings forward on the language.
I think that I can write a summary of what my concerns are for this specific item of adding, let's say, 1 or 2 dwelling units that don't meet the criteria of covered. And I think I could point to where I think there is confusion, that I can probably get you that letter, you know, of understanding with that in the next couple of weeks, if not sooner. So it just may be what it directs to, or if there's something else that needs to be tweaked to get that clarified for this particular item for covered multifamily dwellings. If we adding 1 or 2 that in and of itself, it doesn't meet the criteria, how we can get it to meet the criteria so it doesn't reference it. So I'll do that.
Eugene, do you have anything to add regarding item 2 and the addition of item 4?
Only thing to add would be, sir, is that the DRC's comments be considered and actually working with DRC to address the issues they brought up. I felt that there was a lot of confusion and clarification, and I think that perhaps if this dialogue occurs quickly, that this could go on through the process and not have to be withdrawn. So please consult with DRC.
Kevin has his hand up right now. Kevin?
Yes, Kevin, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and Beth. I was just going to add, you know, and appreciate Janice, Eugene, and the committee's comments on HCD's. The motion was further study, and just wanted to kind of remind everyone there might be timing issues involved. So in the absence of, you know, specific guidance, you know, what could be attached to that further study motion is the committee's recommendation that it sounds like they want HCD to further coordinate with DSA on that particular item. So I know that doesn't give HCD the specificity in this moment, but you know, that's often how it's characterized. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right. Veronica, you have your hand up.
Yes, and I apologize. So do we need to coordinate with DSA on item 1 or item 2? Because item 2 doesn't really have to do with coordination with DSA. And the reason for item 2 is because I got, I don't know, not 10, probably 30 to 50 calls and emails from building officials asking for clarifications, you know, on if somebody has 3 units that they're renting out and they're adding another one, does it have to comply or not? And that was the reason, just to clarify, so then it's easier for the building inspectors, you know, and give them some guidance so they don't have to keep on calling us. But again, back to my question, is it on item 1 or on item 2 that you would like us to coordinate with DSA?
Well, item 1 was approved by the committee, so I think the comments that we've received are regarding item 2.
Okay. Oh.
And then we moved on. I apologize to HCD that we can't provide more clarity, but I hope that the comments received are enough to keep the item moving forward. And it sounds like there will be some potential additional comments coming from some committee members or the public after. DSA, Eric, one last item or one last comment before we move on to item 3.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify the proposal. We're happy to coordinate with HCD as requested. The proposal would not fall under DSA's authority for public housing. This seems to be related to privately funded covered multifamily housing and not public housing.
Thank you, Eric. So with that, we've had a motion that's been passed. We've had some additional discussion. Let's move on to item 3. Veronica, item 3 of agenda item 5.
So the rest of the items, 3 to 9, those are updates to reference to chapter 10 in various sections in chapter 11A.
Okay.
To go over all of them and then comment at the end, or would you like me just to go one by one and comment after each one?
Veronica, that's a great question. Committee, do you have any issues, or building standards staff, do we have any issues with taking items 3 through 9 as one chunk because of the just changing in references?
Building Standards Commission is in agreement with that.
Kevin, did you have anything else? Or are you just gonna,
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Perfect. Committee, do you have any concerns with taking items 3 through 9 as one group?
I was going to recommend that, so no.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so third item, chapter 11A, housing accessibility, section 1115A.6, exterior stairway handrails. HCD proposes to update the reference in section 1115A. During the 2015 triennial code adoption cycle, section 1012 was renumbered to align with the changes made to section numbers in the International Building Code, IBC. However, the reference in chapter 11A, section 1115A.6 to section 1012.9 was inadvertently left in and now is being proposed to be updated to section 1014.9. Fourth item, chapter 11A, housing accessibility, section 1116A.1, warning curbs. Same thing, during the 2015 triennial code adoption cycle, section 1010.10.1 was renumbered to align with the changes made to section numbers in the IBC. However, the reference in chapter 11A, section 1116A.1 to section 1010.10.1 was inadvertently left in and now is being proposed to be updated to section 1012.10.1. Fifth item, chapter 11A, housing accessibility, section 1122A.6, edge protection. So it's same reasoning as item 4. Due to section renumbering in chapter 10, HCD is proposing to update the references in chapter 11A from section 1122A.6 to section 1010.10, section 1010.10.1, and section 1010.10.2 to section 1012.10 and section 1012.10.1, respectively, section 1012.10.2. Sixth item, chapter 11A.
HCD has not been.
Sixth item, chapter 11A, housing accessibility, section 1123A.6, interior stairway handrails. During the 2015 triennial code adoption cycle, section 1012 was renumbered to align with the changes made in the IBC. However, the reference in 11A, section 1126A.5 to section 1012.9 was left in and now it's being proposed to be updated to section 1014.9. Seventh item, section 1125A.1, warning curbs. Um, Same cycle, 2015, the section 1010 was renumbered to align with the changes to section numbers in the IBC. And however, the reference is in chapter 11A, section 1125A.1 to section 1010.10.1 was left in and now is being proposed to be updated to section 1012.10.1. 8th item, section 1126A.5, type of latch and lock. During the same year, 2015, IBC, they renumbered their section, and section 1008 was renumbered to align with all the changes in the IBC. However, the reference in chapter 11A, section 1126A.5 to section 1008 was inadvertently left in and now is being proposed to be removed. So we're just going to reference chapter 10, since a lot of the chapters, the items in chapter 10, sections in chapter 10, they're being renumbered a lot. I think it's safer just to reference up chapter 10. 9th item and the last one, chapter 11A, housing accessibility section 1143A.5, visual characters. The section renumbering in chapter 10 during the 2015 triennial code adoption cycle, HCD proposes to remove the reference to section 1143A.5. The reference in section 1143A.5 to section 1011 and just reference chapter 10. And I'm ready for questions and discussions on all those items, 3 to 9.
Thank you, Veronica. So this item's open for committee discussion. And as mentioned before, please indicate CAM number, section number, name, and IET page for reference. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding these proposed amendments of items 3 through 9 from HCD? Kevin, not a committee member, but he's got his raised hand. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, apologies, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to do a quick time check for our ASL interpreters. I believe we do take breaks at 90-minute intervals, and it's almost 10:30. So I'm not sure if you want to see if there's time to do committee discussion or if we want to take a break. So might ask Rachel how she wants to proceed.
I appreciate that consideration. I'm fine. Don't break on our account. We're set to go. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Just to clarify, Kevin, so with that, we are good to continue. We don't need to take a break at this point. We can finish the items. Okay. Thank you. So back to the committee. Is there any discussion or comments for Veronica and HCD on these items? Okay. At this time, we'll move on to public comment. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 5, items 3 through 9, to put yourself in the queue now by using the raise hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and then unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you might represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 5, 3 through 9?
Yes. So first comment is going to be from Dara.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Dara Scher from Disability Rights California. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. We generally support this item with a few proposed amendments and one concern. In item 3 and item 4, we believe there needs to be a reference also to the requirements in 1014.1 regarding various obligations on handrails. And we think that without that addition, and we've proposed very specific language on this that would say, for example, in 1158.6.1, stairway shall have handrails on each side that comply with section 1014.1 as required. We think without that, it's unclear that the obligations extend beyond 1014.9. The other concern that we have on item 4, 1168.1 warning curbs, where, and particularly in the exception around guardrails or handrails with edge protection. If you look at chapter 10, means of egress, 1012.10 protection also requires that it should comply with 1012.10.1 or 1012.10.2. And there seems to be some lack of clarity about what is required in these situations, as opposed as in terms of 6-inch edge protection instead of 4-inch edge protection. And we believe that should be sent back for further study. Thank you. The same issue comes up in item 5.
Thank you, Dara.
Thank you.
Next commenter.
Our only hand, and there's no phone participants.
Sorry, just to clarify, there were no further public comments on this?
No further public comments.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. CBS staff, were there any written comments submitted prior to the meeting on these items?
They've already been commented on.
Perfect. Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. At this time, we have the opportunity for committee discussion and a motion.
This is Dan Kaiser. Motion to approve items 3 through 9 as submitted.
We have a motion from committee member Kaiser. Do we have a second?
Mike Gibbons, second.
We have a motion and a second. It is moved and seconded that items 3 through 9 be approved as submitted. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion?
Eugene Lozano.
Go ahead, Eugene.
I was wondering if HCD would consider the suggested editorial amendments made by Disability Rights California just a few minutes ago in their public comment. If those section number citations, they'd be willing to integrate them into their proposal.
So, Eugene, we do have a first and a second on the motion, but I'm going to go ahead and allow Mitchell.
I thought there was discussion on.
Yeah, to go ahead and respond to your items regarding disability rights and their proposed modification. Mitchell?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to respond. HCD's proposals are explicitly just to provide the updated sections of reference. We are not intending to go a bridge further to add additional section references. This is just to provide clarification on renumbering only. But we would definitely consider suggestions during a future cycle. If anyone wants to provide those suggested amendments, we'll definitely take those into consideration in a future cycle. But again, this is just updating existing section renumbering. We're not making any sort of substantive changes here.
Okay, thank you. This is Eugene. I just wanted that clarification, and I would like to see that this DRC comments be considered the next code cycle, please.
Perfect. Thank you, Eugene. Thank you, Mitchell. Do we have any other further comments or discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Beth, can you please conduct a roll call vote?
Sure. Brad Wendluck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arfuez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser.
Aye.
Bill Zellmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
and David Field.
Aye.
Passes. Motion carries.
All right, so we've completed items 1 through 9 of HCD's package. At this time, we would also need a vote and or a motion and a vote on the whole agenda item 5 as completed so far.
This is Dan Kaiser. Motion to approve HCD's package items 1 through 9 inclusive.
Eugene Lozano, second.
We have a first and a second to go ahead and complete and approve items 1 through 9 as discussed and motioned so far. Do we need any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Again, committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this as well. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote to close out this item for HCD?
Brad One-Luck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arfaez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zellmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
and David Field. David Field,
Aye.
thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you, Beth. I want to go ahead and reiterate the thanks to Mitchell, Kyle, and Veronica for the presentations from HCD. This does conclude item 5. I guess staff, would this be the appropriate time to go ahead and take a 10-minute break or so?
Yes, it would. Thank you.
Okay. So why don't we go ahead and take a break until 10:50 and we'll return then for item 6 with DSA.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's 10:50. It's up to you, Chair.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you, staff. We're gonna go ahead and now move on to item 6. Item 6 is Division of State Architect proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Building Code Part 2 and the 2025 edition of the California Existing Building Code Part 10 of Title 24. DSA representatives, can you please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item 6? I will note that DSA has their commission action matrix table, the CAM, and please indicate the CAM number, section number, and section name of the item presented. So do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself first, DSA?
Good morning, Chairperson and committee members. My name is Eric Drever, Principal Architect of the Division of the State Architect. I'm joined here today with Ida Claire, State Architect, joining us virtually. I'm also joined in the room with Michelle Davis, Supervising Architect, Kirkland Cox, Senior Architect, and Alicia Chavez, Senior Architect. DSA Access Compliance is prepared to present to you today our proposals for the amendments to the regulations for the 2025 California Building Code. DSA proposes to amend existing provisions of the California Building Code. DSA's pre-cycle activities included an Access Code Collaborative meeting on March 12th, 2024, and a public hearing on April 16th, 2024. DSA requests the recommendation for approval of the amended building standards for the California Building Code, and staff is prepared to present the proposed amendments in the order of the proposals. However, we will proceed at the direction of the Commission Chair, noting that the chairperson opted to handle HCDs in a grouped fashion. There is no grouped items list that was presented to the committee. However, if you prefer, we are prepared to present in a grouped fashion, which is items that we have identified as merely administrative. There's also a grouping that are more substantive, and another grouping which is clarifications, which I can enumerate for you if you prefer. We would propose to handle and present the substantive changes first, moving on to the least controversial items, which are more administrative, last.
Eric, thank you. I would support that as chair. Do we have any concerns with what's being proposed by DSA for their presentation today? All right, Eric, we'll go ahead and move forward in the way that you suggested with the grouping, and then kind of not reverse order, but just go ahead and give us the item number that you're proposing, and we'll go ahead and.
So thank you, Chairperson. In an effort to make sure that everybody is on the same page, the substantive changes that we will present first, that staff will present first, are items 5, 12, 16, 17, and 18.
That's 5, 12, 16, 17, and 18?
Yes, sir. The clarifications that we would be presenting next after the substantive changes are items 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, and 15.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, and 15.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And lastly, the administrative changes that we would present at the end would be items 6, 7, 19, 20, and 21.
So we have 6, 7, 19, 20, and 21?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
And with your permission, staff will present the substantive items first.
Yes, please proceed with item 5.
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you. Item number 5 is regarding CBC section 11B-233.3, public housing facilities. The statement of reasons is that currently there is no language directing code users to section 11B-809 from the scoping sections for public housing at section 11B-233. This proposed amendment for section 11B-809.1 adds this additional reference to 11B-809. Section 11B-809.6 requires residential dwelling units with adaptable features to comply with 11B-809.7 through 11B-809.12. Therefore, referencing directly to 11B-809.6 for the requirements and providing needed clarity. The proposed suggested text of the amendment reads 11B-233.3 public housing facilities. Public housing facilities with residential dwelling units shall comply with section 11B-233.3, begin new text, and section 11B-809, end new text. The note regarding senior citizen housing remains unchanged. Subsection 11B-233.3.1, minimum number, new construction remains unchanged, as does the exception to that subsection. Subsection 11B-233.3.1.1, residential dwelling units with mobility features is proposed to read, in facilities with residential dwelling units, at least 5%, but no fewer than 1 unit of the total number of residential dwelling units shall provide mobility features complying with sections, begin strikeout text 11B-809.2, end strikeout text and begin new text 11B-809.1, end new text through 11B-809.4, and shall be on an accessible route as required by section 11B-206. Subsection 11B-233.3.1.2, residential dwelling units with adaptable features is proposed to read, in facilities with residential dwelling units, adaptable residential dwelling units, begin new text, shall comply, strike through text, changing the ing, removing the ing ending for complying, with sections 11B-809.6, begin strike through text through 11B-809.12, end strike through text, begin new text, the word and, end new text, shall be provided as required by sections 11B-233.3.1.2.1 through 11B-233.3.1.2.6. Adaptable residential dwelling units shall be on an accessible route as required by section 11B-206. The exception remains unchanged. And that is the end of this item number 5.
Thank you, DSA. At this time, the item is up for committee discussion. As referenced before, please reference the CAM number, section number, name, and IET page if where applicable. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendments in item 5? No comments at this time. We will move on to public comment. At this time, I'd remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 6. Item 5, to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 5?
Yes, we have a hand raised from Dara.
Dara, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment. Dara Schur at Disability Rights California. We support this change.
Thank you, Dara.
There are no other hands raised in Zoom and currently no phone participants from phone.
Thank you for your public comments. CBS staff, were any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? And if so, would you please summarize those?
There were no other comments other than the one stated.
Perfect. Thank you, Beth. That concludes the public comment portion, and we can bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion on agenda item 6, item 5. Michael, you have your hand physically raised. Go ahead. You're on mute though, bud.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just following protocol here. These have been identified as substantive changes. Can we talk? And they're changes that are they're not existing in the ADA. Just wondering, how does section 4459A govern the ability for DSA to do changes that are beyond what this section allows for? I just would like to know.
DSA, would you like to respond to Commissioner Gibbons?
And just to clarify for the audience, just if anybody, 4459A, it's state architect's adoption of minimum ADA standards. It says the state architect shall develop amendments for building regulations and submit them to the California Building Standards Commission for adoption to assure that no accessibility requirements of the California Building Standards Code shall be enhanced or diminished except as necessary for 1, retaining existing state regulations that provide greater accessibility and features, or 2, meeting federal minimum accessibility standards of the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990 as adopted by federal sources. Okay, well, that's what I'm just trying to think, because the provisions that you're talking about certainly go beyond. I mean, they're specific to us, and nobody else that I know even has them in their codes. So, not publicly funded, and anyway, that's my question.
Thank you, Michael. DSA, do you want to on to the comment regarding the government code section and the proposed expansion of the ADA? Ida, you have your hand raised.
Sure.
Michael, to clarify, our authority for public housing does not come from Government Code 4459. It comes from Government Code 12955.1C, which states, among others, notwithstanding section 12935, regulations adopting building standards necessary to implement, interpret, or make specific the provisions of this section shall be developed by the Division of the State Architect for Public Housing and by the Department of Housing and Community Development for all other residential occupancies. And so our regulations for public housing need to meet the minimum requirements of the Fair Housing Act and also the ADA, where it's governed under the residential dwelling units, housing at a place of education in the ADA.
But that goes far beyond the housing, what the application that's being put forward here goes far beyond the housing at place of education. Would you not agree?
It's not only housing at a place of education. The Division of the State Architect has the authority for public housing, which is under Section 504 on federal regulations, encompasses the residential dwelling units in the ADA, in addition to housing at a place of education. And the requirements of 12955.1C in the Government Code establish the Fair Housing Act as the minimum standards for DSA's public housing and the what those areas that are covered under the Government Code 4459 under the ADA for housing at a place of education. Social service centers are also addressed under that authority for public housing.
Well, but Fair Housing Act doesn't apply to publicly funded
Fair Housing Act
projects
does,
like that. Like,
Go ahead, Michael.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, the ADA doesn't have any of the provisions for adaptable units, and the Fair Housing Act doesn't apply to public. Wow, has this been cleared?
It has been cleared with our attorneys. Under 12955.1, the building standard requirements for persons with disabilities imposed by this section, of which DSA gets its authority for public housing, shall meet or exceed the requirements under the Federal Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988 and its implementing regulations and the existing state law building standards contained in the California Building Standards Code. So that authority comes from Fair Housing Act, ADA, Section 504, and California state law.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Ida. Do we have any other discussion or questions of staff on item 5?
Mr. Chair, Dan Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
You beat me to it. We now have a motion for approval from committee member Kaiser. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Arfaraz has seconded the motion, so it's been moved and seconded that item 5 of agenda item 6 be approved as submitted. Is there any further discussion?
Audio now unmuted.
Is there any further discussion regarding the motion? All right, hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Beth, can you please conduct a roll call vote?
Brad Wunluck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zillmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
No.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
and David Field.
Aye.
Is that an aye? Okay, motion carries, passes.
All right, motion carries. We will now move to item, tracking this correctly, Eric, item 12, is that correct?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I'd also request some input. Would you prefer us to simply read the ISOR, the statement of reasons, or proceed as we just did, reading both the ISOR and the suggested changes in strike through and underline.
Personally, I believe the eyesore is sufficient, but would anybody like or prefer that they read the proposed language?
Eugene Lozano, I prefer both were read.
Okay, we'll go ahead and proceed that way then.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Lozano.
Okay, this is a DSA item number 12. The applicable code section is 11B-809.1, and the topic is door signal device and viewing device. DSA proposes to amend section 11B-809.1.1 to clarify that door signal devices in buildings with 3 or more dwelling units are required. This amendment brings consistency with the requirements of public housing units with adaptable features. DSA also proposes to amend section 11B-809.1.2 viewing devices to include a lower viewing device where viewing devices are provided to bring consistency to residential dwelling units. These are companion proposals with item 5, amending scoping requirements in 11B-233.3, which are proposed to state that residential dwelling units in public housing facilities are to comply with section 11B-809. DSA additionally proposes to add section 11B-809.1.3 to provide the same requirement for residential dwelling units with mobility features as is provided in section 11B-809.11. which requires residential dwelling units with adaptable features to provide one of each type of washing machines and clothes dryers within the unit, where such appliances are provided. This provision is a requirement of the Fair Housing Act. There is currently no scoping for clothes washing and drying machines for residential dwelling units with mobility features when these units are provided in newly constructed multifamily dwellings in public housing. The suggested text of the proposed amendment reads as follows. 11B-809 residential dwelling units. 11B-809.1 general. When located within public housing facilities, residential dwelling units shall comply with section 11B-809. Residential dwelling units are required to provide mobility features shall comply with, begin new text, section 11B-809.1.1 through section 11B-809.1.3 and end proposed new text. Sections 11B-809.2 through 11B-809.4. Residential dwelling units required to provide communication features shall comply with section 11B-809.5. Begin new proposed text. Residential dwelling units with adaptable features shall comply with section 11B-809.6. All 3 of the following subsections are new proposed text. 11B-809.1.1 door signal devices. In buildings with 3 or more residential dwelling units, the primary entry door to the dwelling unit shall be provided with a door buzzer, bell, chime, or equivalent. The activating mechanism shall comply with section 11B-309 and shall be connected to permanent wiring. Subsection 11B-809.1.2 viewing devices. Where primary entry doors to residential dwelling units are provided with a viewing device for a standing person, the primary entry door to a residential dwelling unit with mobility features shall also provide a lower viewing device, 42 inches minimum and 43 inches maximum above the finished floor or ground. The viewing device shall allow for a minimum 180-degree range of view. Subsection 11B-809.1.3 washing machines and clothes dryers. Where washing machines and clothes dryers are provided in residential dwelling units with mobility features, one of each type or an all-in-one appliance shall be provided and shall comply with section 11B-611. And that is the end of the proposed amendments to item number 12.
Thank you for that. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the committee for discussion at this time. As mentioned, for reference, please indicate the CAM number, section number, and name, and IET page where applicable. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendments on item 12? Faraz, we'll go ahead and start with you.
Thank you. My comment is regarding the proposed new language regarding washing machines and clothes dryers. The new language indicates one of each type, namely washing machine and dryer, complying with 11B-611, or an all-in-one appliance. And my concern is that an all-in-one appliance may be construed as a machine that has a high spin cycle that gets the clothes dry. And since all-in-one appliance is not clear, I would suggest striking that from the proposed new language, because an all-in-one appliance may not provide an equivalent drying ability as two separate, a separate washer and a separate dryer would. And to provide an all-in-one appliance in a mobility unit, whereas all the other units receive two separate or a separate washer and a dryer, would not be considered equivalent, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other committee discussion at this time? Okay, so we'll move on.
Janice.
Sorry, go ahead, Janice.
Yeah, I raised my hand, but you don't see me, so okay. On item number 11B, 809.1.2 for the viewing device. The height that's put there, 42 to 43 inches. This is not stated in the ADA, which is fine. I usually give a height of 40 to 43 inches because I'm using mirrors as one and then viewing windows as the other end of the range. But if we leave it at 42 to 43, I think it would be appropriate to say how we're measuring it. Is it to the top of the viewport or is it to the center line? Because we have such a small range of 1 inch there. I think that would help clarify if we added that in. So mobility features shall also provide a lower viewing device centered at 42 minimum and 43 inches maximum.
Thank you, Janice. I appreciate that. Sorry for missing the raised hand.
Eugene Lozano?
Go ahead, Eugene. We'll go to Trevor after that.
I'd like to comment about 11B-809.1.2 viewing devices. The last sentence in that section, which states that the viewing devices are supposed to have a minimum of 80 degrees of range of viewing. I would like to see that sentence begin with each viewing device. So it's clear that we're not only talking about the lower viewing device, but the device that is for individuals who are standing, so that both devices are having minimum degree of viewing. That's one thing. I noticed it has range of view at the end of the sentence, and it should be the word, rather than range, should be angle. So the degree of angle of viewing. And the last thing, the 180 degrees, I know that I have been told that and related it at times, and doing some more research on the few devices that are out there using different means of doing it, it would seem that that minimum height of 180 degrees may be a little too high, and it should be maybe lower to like a minimum of 160, right, 180, so that it does not exclude any potential company from being in this market. So those are just some initial comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Trevor, go ahead. You see your hand raised. Go ahead.
Thank you. My comment is about the door signal devices. It references door buzzers, bells, and chimes. Are those terms defined anywhere in the code, or are they commonly understood? If not, some additional clarity might be helpful.
Thank you, Trevor. So before we go ahead and go back to DSA, I'm going to go ahead and go to public comment unless we have anybody else from the committee with a comment at this time.
I do, and I raise my hand. You can't see me against Janice. I just wanted to say that the 180-degree range is coming from ADA. So we cannot have anything less than that. I have seen one company say 210 degrees, but I don't know how they do that, because that means it has to go through the door with, X-ray vision. So that 180-degree minimum is something that we need to have there in terms of range, because that's ADA.
Thank you. Okay. At this time, I'd like to remind the public, as we proceed to public comments, who wish to speak on agenda item 6, item 12, to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 12?
First hand raised is Bryce.
Bryce, go ahead.
Hello, quick audio check.
We can hear you.
Great. My name is Bryce Nesbitt. I work as a designer. So I'm one of the people who has to read through all of these codes and make sure that projects comply. Section 1.3 on washing machines is unclear to me. I've read it a couple of times. I don't quite know what it means. And I encourage you to use words that clearly mean what you mean and are simple and easy to understand. With regards to single machines or unitary machine, there are two types. You could consider an all-in-one appliance. You have two sections, one for washing and drying, or a single chamber. And there's significant accessibility benefits to a single chamber. Those washers are getting more and more efficient over time and better. Traditionally, they haven't been as good, but all the electrification folks are moving towards them due to efficiency of the heat drying function. I encourage you to remove everything about all-in-one or one of each types and simply say here that washing machines have to be accessible in an accessible unit. Make it easy to read, easy to scan, and then we can actually make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce.
Next comment is going to be Dara. Whoops. There we go.
Sarah, go ahead.
Yes, I needed to be able to unmute. Thank you. Thank you again for allowing me to comment. I want to thank DSA for these proposals. I think both of them are thoughtful proposals to expand accessibility for people in adaptable units, many of whom use wheelchairs or may use wheelchairs. I have a couple of comments. On the door signal devices in 11B-809.1.1, we would, I am certainly comfortable with Member Kent's proposal to clarify, I don't know if this needs further study, the exact measurement of the viewer device, and also comfortable with Member Lindsay's proposal to change range to angle of view if those are the appropriate terms. And we strongly do support this as a very important, simple addition to increase accessibility. In terms of door signal devices, 11-809.1.1, there was a comment that buzzers, bells, and chimes are not defined. I think that is true. Our proposal is that this section, while we support it, that it go back for further study, simply to provide some amendments to make it clear that it uses the same language as communication devices, which is audible tones, a device with audible tones, and then it basically incorporate the requirement for communication that exist in communication device units for communication devices that are hardwired and produce audible tones. I think it would provide some additional clarity. So we support the addition of this. We are recommending some additional clarity in the language because those terms are not defined. Also, in 11B-809.1.3, we agree that an all-in-one appliance is not clear enough. Another commenter made that proposal. And we have proposed that it say both a washer and dryer instead of one of each type for clarity. And then we are fine with further clarifying what an all-in-one appliance means in terms of meaning an appliance that is a single cabinet that does both washing and drying function. However, while combination washer dryers are becoming better, they are still not fully equivalent to having a separate washer and dryer, although in some cases they may be more accessible. So we are concerned that if other units are providing a washer and a dryer, then the mobility units should not be allowed. It would be a violation of program access for the mobility units to have an inferior product of a combination when the other units have a washer and dryer. I believe there's some clarifying language necessary for that. We also believe, because we don't believe they are yet quite
as good an appliance. They don't do as well on a job and they take much longer. So it is not equivalent product, that the use of these combination washer dryers in a single cabinet be limited to smaller units where efficiencies in studios where it's much more difficult to put in a side by side instead of a washer. But for the intent of DSA to make these changes, and we just propose these go back for some clarifications in the language. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara. Do we have any additional public comments?
Yes, next hand up is going to be Connie.
Yes, hi, this is Connie Arnold. I doubt I can stay on for the entire meeting, but I wanted, as a disability rights advocate for over 35 years, I just wanted to concur with the statements by Dara Scher, and the concerns that the disability community has are consistent with what was written by Disability Rights California and submitted for testimony. I really appreciate this time. I don't have more specific information on any of the items, but I want to support what Disability Rights California has submitted and what for sure has stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie.
There are no more hands raised, and there's currently no phone participants.
All right, well, thank you for the public comments. Staff, I know that we received some in writing, but are there any additional comments? And if so, would you please summarize them?
There are no additional comments at this time.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, and we will bring it back to the committee for discussion and a motion on agenda item 6, item 12.
This is Dan Kaiser. I think staff has heard all of everybody's concerns, but I would like to move this forward as a motion to approve as submitted.
We have a motion on the floor for approval as submitted. Do we have a second?
Bill Zellner, I'll second.
We have a motion and a second from committee member Kaiser and Zellner. Let's see. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion regarding item 12 of agenda item 6? Okay. Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote for item 12?
Brad Wendluck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arforez Kambata,
No.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zellmer,
Aye.
Michael Givens,
No.
Janice Kent.
I don't know whether to say no or approve as amended kind of thing with adding the dimension centering or something like that. So would that be a no?
Yeah, I believe so, because the motion on the floor is as submitted.
Okay, so that would be a no.
David Field,
I'll say no.
there is a tie, so I don't believe the.
Mr. Chair, Eugene Lozano, may I change my vote?
Go ahead, Eugene.
Change it to a no.
Motion does not carry.
So motion for approval as submitted does not carry. Do we have another motion for the committee to entertain?
Eugene Lozano moves that we recommend to DSA for that it to be sent back for further review, criteria 3.
So we have a motion, we have a second. The motion has been for further study required using criteria 3.
I would second that.
R. Faraz has a second. Is there any discussion on the motion?
This is David Field. Can we clarify when we're asking further study, what we're asking them to study? And could you help me understand exactly what about item number 3? I mean, I could see item number 6, it being vague and that the dimension to the viewing lens is not clearly identified here. I'm not really sure I understand how item number criteria 3 is not being met.
Well, I think for greater concern, like this is Eugene Lozano, I'm sorry. It was, clarify the height of the viewing device, but that it also pertains to both viewing devices. But there seem to be several questions, concerns about the clarity, the wording for the 11B-809.1.3 wash machines and clothes dryers. And I think that is some wordsmithing that might help clear it up.
So Eugene, I think Committee Member Field, his question is, item 6 or criteria 6, the proposed building standard is not necessarily ambiguous or vague in whole or in part. I think.
Well, it's ambiguous, yeah.
Exactly. So I think that he's just, asking is criteria 6 more applicable?
Okay.
Criteria 3.
Yes, I will change it to 6, criteria 6. But but the suggestion was looking at the comments that have been brought in by the public and also the members of this body.
Certainly. Thank you, Eugene. R. Faraz, would you be willing to second with the change criteria? Okay. Criteria 6.
And just to clarify, again, my contention is that amenities need to be comparable and equivalent. So if every unit is being equipped with an all-in-one washer dryer, then so be it. But if it's only going to be the mobility units that get a lesser all-in-one unit, which doesn't provide a comparable amenity, then that's what I would take exception to.
Thank you. Janice.
Yeah, it's easy just to raise my hand, basically. With the washer dryer, from my experience, it does take longer if it is just one machine. And that might be appropriate in a studio unit. Where we're talking about a family. So I think in a sense that that's taken into consideration, but when you have a 2 or 3 bedroom type of dwelling unit, that may be difficult unless the technology's changed since I last researched it. With studios, I would think it'd be okay, that would be all studios.
Thank you, Janice. At this time, I see DSA raise their hand, but I'm going to go ahead and is there any other comments on the motion for further study as submitted using criteria 6? There's no further comment. We'll go to DSA to ensure they have their opportunity to respond, but also that we provided enough direction for further study that it makes it clear what we're asking for further study. Eric.
Thank you, Chairperson. I believe you have provided enough clarity for us to further study. I would just like to suggest to the committee, however, that the language in reference to the all-in-one was added specifically through our pre-cycle activities in response to persons in the disability community requesting that language. You certainly can include it, and I do understand the request to provide the center line. We would be willing to include that as a friendly amendment moving forward if necessary. But our the package as it exists now is in response to many of the comments that we received from our pre-cycle activities.
Thank you, Eric. Is there any other questions from the committee to DSA regarding his response before we move forward with the vote on item 12? All right, hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee
Sorry,
favor.
could I just respond to Eric real quick?
Yes, Sarfaraz, go ahead.
Again, Eric, to clarify, if as Janice mentioned, if all units are receiving an all-in-one, then it's totally acceptable for the mobility units to also receive it because it would be comparable. The issue arises is when every other unit in a building is receiving a separate washer and dryer. But it's only the mobility units because of space constraints and needing to comply with 11B 611, they received the all-in-one as a so-called equivalent facilitation. And that is not a comparable amenity being provided in mobility units. So that is the issue at hand here that I was trying to raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarfaraz. All right. So now hearing no others, we'll conduct a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Beth, please conduct a roll call vote.
Okay, Brad Wunluck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Abstain.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right. That motion carries. Oh, do we have a comment there? Okay. So Eric will now proceed to, I believe it's item, let's see, the 16? Am I right?
Yes, item 16.
Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicable code section for item 16 is chapter 11B, section 11B-809.10.6.1. And the topic is the size of transfer showers in residential dwelling units with adaptable features. The statement of reasons is DSA proposes to amend section 11B-809.10.6.1, item number 1, which requires compliance with section 11B-608.1, incorrectly including all requirements for fully accessible showers when the requirement should reference only the shower size requirements. In the 2022 intervening rulemaking cycle, DSA attempted to clarify this requirement. However, the Building Standards Commission requested that DSA provide further study because many individuals with disabilities wanted to preserve the clear floor space requirement referenced in section 11B-608.1 instead of the clear floor space requirement of section 11B-809.10.6.3. This proposal brings forth the applicable requirements of section 11B-608.1 specific to size into section 11B-809.10.6.3. 8.6.1. A companion proposal included in this rulemaking increases the clear floor space for all shower types in residential dwelling units with adaptable features and defines positioning requirements for the clear floor space at a transfer shower, thereby providing clarity to the requirements in the section specific to residential dwelling units with adaptable features and eliminating the need for reference to section 11B-608.1. The proposal reads as follows. 11B-809.10.6 showers. Showers required by section 11B-809.10 shall comply with this section. 11B-809.10.6.1 size. When one or more shower stalls are provided within the same dwelling unit, begin strikeout as, end strikeout and begin new text, at, end new text. Least one shower stall shall comply with one of the following. 1, a transfer type shower compartment 36 inches wide by 36 inches deep. Begin proposed text. Clear inside dimensions measured at center points of opposing sides. End proposed text. With an entrance opening 36 inches, begin strike through text, complying with section 11B-608.1, end strike through text. Begin new text wide, end new text, or item 2, a shower stall 30 inches deep minimum by 60 inches wide, ellipses, because this section is not proposed to be changed. And item 3 is also not proposed to be changed, which is a shower stall 36 inches deep by 60 inches wide, and continues. That is the end of item number 16.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the committee for discussion. As reference, please indicate the item number, section number, and name or IDT page. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendments at this time on item 16? Arfaraz, you have your hand raised. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So my understanding is that the proposed amendment is removing reference to 11B-608, and I think it's important to retain reference to 608 simply because 608.2, sorry, let me pull that up real quick. 11B-608.2.1, which describes transfer type shower compartments, not only indicates the size requirements for a 36 by 36 in shower, but also its relation of the clearance, a wheelchair clearance of 36 by 48 in reference to the control wall as well as the seat. So removing reference to 608 and relying solely on what's in 809.6 provides a
I declare
gray area.
PSA has left the meeting.
And I would urge that DSA not remove the reference to 11B608. Thank you.
Eric and DSA staff, would you like to respond to that comment with regards to the removal of 608.1 from that section?
Yes, thank you. We have a companion proposal to this one, which is item number 17, which includes the clear floor space at a transfer shower and its relationship to the control wall. So the other important information will be presented in the next item number.
So for clarification,
would you like to either I'm sorry, I haven't looked at the next item, but could you elaborate on what the next item will include, or talk us through that?
Certainly.
So
I
go ahead.
declare
Go ahead,
DSA
DSA.
has joined the meeting.
Thank you. The next item number does require the clear floor space outside of the transfer shower, and it shows its position in relation to the control wall. The clear floor space does increase in depth from 30 inches to 36 inches. And DSA is proposing a new illustration to show the relationship of the clear floor space and the control wall of the transfer shower. And it matches the 608 illustration.
Okay. So I guess my question becomes if we if we move to approve item 15 without knowing whether is it 15 or is it 16? I might
We're
have
on
my
16.
number.
It would be item
Sorry.
17 be next.
Yeah, so if we move to approve 16 and item 17 does not get approved for whatever reason, and they're related, how does what happens then? That's this procedural question, really. DSA says it's a companion item, so how are we going to consider both items together and approve them together?
Arfaraz, that's certainly something that we can discuss and entertain. To your point, you're basically saying that because 608.1 is being removed from item 16, and then the language and or well, the diagrams are being included in 17, that if one were to be 16 were to be approved and 17 not, that you remove the language or the intent of 608.1. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I guess DSA, do you have any issue with packaging 16 and 17 together because of their connection?
No, Chairperson, we can present item 17 and entertain comments and a motion on both items together if you prefer.
Thank you.
Based on the concern raised by Arfaraz, do you have any concern moving 16 and 17 together?
We do not. I do see that the state architect has her hand raised.
Oh, sorry, Ida. Go ahead, Ida.
That's okay. I wanted to clarify that one can proceed without the other. This provision that we have that Michelle just presented basically identifies the size of the shower without bringing in all the other requirements for that are referenced in the shower in 608. The second provision that we have moving forward actually increases the clear floor space area. And so we could provide the clarification and keep the 30-inch clear floor space. The next provision increases the clear floor space. So, and you know, if one were to proceed without the other, I'm not opposed for them proceeding together. I'm just clarifying that they do address two separate provisions. And so I just want to make that clear.
Thank you. So what's the pleasure of the committee on this one?
This is Dan Kaiser. Recommend that we just take them as they were submitted, as the public has already reviewed them. Two separate items.
I would just say that regardless of whether the public has reviewed them as two separate items, there's nothing that prevents the committee from reviewing and approving them as a combined, approving them together.
So if anybody else wants to chime in, please, but I'm going to go ahead and, based on the state architect's explanation that 16 simply retains and 17 would enhance, I don't see why we couldn't keep them separate, not to switch directions again, but do we have any other input from the committee members on moving forward with 16 and 17 separate or together? Janice, go ahead.
I could just say, why don't we approve 17, go through 17 first, then go back to 16, and that assuages everyone's concern.
This is Dan Kaiser again. I'd like to hear the public's comments on these two items too, before I do anything.
Any other comments? So since we have a varying degree of opinion on this one, I think we'll move forward with 16 and 17 as proposed by DSA as separate items. We can certainly discuss that again if needed, but based on the state architect's explanation, we'll go ahead, and if there's no further comments from the committee at this time, we would proceed to public comment. Is there any other committee comments on item 16? All right, so we'll proceed to public comment. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 16, put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 16?
First hand raised is going to be Connie.
Connie, go ahead.
Connie Arnold, disability rights advocate. Yes. I support the position that Dr. Scher and Disability Rights California has taken on the issue, but I am vehemently opposed to 36 by 36 inch showers or at all. And in the past, I had submitted a letter that I wrote where I put tape on the ground and showed what 30 inches was with a 36 by 36 inch shower, and how it does not offer the room and mobility and space needed by individuals with disabilities to use the shower, including those with caregivers and the larger power wheelchairs and mobility devices like scooters. So I'm very concerned about that, especially since the Californians have passed the new legislation to build more places to accommodate homeless individuals, and the fact that the population is projected to age significantly by 2030, and the master plan on aging is trying to address the needs of individuals for housing and relevant issues for access. So anything that decreases access is problematic. So while it might provide clarity in item 16, 36 by 36 inch showers are absolutely inaccessible to most people unless they're standing and they use mobility devices. It's prohibitive of being able to use a shower, let alone if you have a caregiver assisting you. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie.
Next hand raised is going to be Vera.
Hello, thank you again for the opportunity to comment. Disability Rights California supports item 16 as it does provide somewhat greater dimensions to make things easier for people with disabilities. We are somewhat concerned about the comment from Arfaraz particularly because item 16 only deletes 11B 608.1, but item 17 only references, it's not clear from item 16 and 17 whether or not the remainder of 608, particularly the provisions that were questioned, are in fact still in place, at least from the text that I'm showing, which is excerpts from the code. It is not clear to me that those other provisions remain, even though there is now a figure that may assist with that. The actual text provisions of 608, other than 8.1, are clearly referenced. So I'm not sure there may be some confusion there. I do want to say, while we support item 16 and also 17 when we get to that, because they are expansions, DRC and the disability community remain seriously concerned that these showers are inadequate to handle the needs of people with significant disabilities, with companions with larger power chairs. All of the latest research on turning radiuses, a number of other codes have now expanded in light of larger chairs, in light of, what we know now about the needs of disabilities, have expanded the size of these showers. So while we approve these additions that are being proposed, I just want to make clear that we are strongly urging DSA to go back to the next opportunity to revisit these showers to make them meaningfully accessible to people who need a space, as Connie noted, that you can actually transfer into, have assistance in, or as necessary, be able to utilize if you have a large power chair. So I feel like it's important for everybody that we're going to continue to request that. Shower does not really work, but we are not opposing the item because it is an expansion. So we would appreciate clarification that was raised by our. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara.
There are no other hands raised and no phone participants.
Again, thank you to the public for your comments. CBS staff, were there any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting that have not been already addressed or summarized by the representatives that just spoke?
No, there's no other comments.
Okay. See, DSA has their hand raised, so I'll go ahead and go back to them here, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Chairperson. Really just the comment is that the general reference to 608 creates conflict within 11B. And so the removal of that reference seeks to clarify the requirements. The partner provision for, or proposal for item 17 seeks to address the comments we received on this proposal in the last code cycle to enhance, excuse me, I shouldn't use the term enhance, but to increase the size requirements for the shower.
Thank you.
Not the shower, sorry to interrupt. Just to
Yep,
clarify, not the shower, the clear floor space.
Thank you.
May I ask Eric to clarify what the conflict was that we're trying to mitigate here?
Certainly, Eric, do you want to respond to that?
I can respond to that. Thank you. 11B-608.1 did in fact require a 36-inch by 48-inch clear floor space outside the shower. However, 11B-809 only had a 30-inch clear floor space. So we are removing the reference and we are increasing the clear floor space in these two companion proposal. So the larger clear floor space will be the required area.
And would you kindly clarify why removing all the other references with regard to the seat and the controls in 608.4 and 608.5? Would that cause any conflict as well?
Yes, the seat and controls, well, seats are not required at residential units with adaptable features. And only backing for future installation of a seat is required. So having reference to installing a seat and then having a section further on in 11B-809.10 that only requires backing is a conflict. Other subsections of 11B-809.10 address the controls and other elements of the showers.
But there's an exception to 11B 608.4, which says in residential dwelling units, seats shall not be required in shower compartments, provided that reinforcement has been installed in walls. So there's already an exception addressing that in 608.4. So where's the conflict?
There may not be a conflict. It may simply be duplicative for that particular item.
Thank you. So we are at 12:07. I'm going to ask staff, CBSC staff, it would be appropriate to continue the discussion and finish up this item, or if it'd be best to break for staff and our ASL interpreters at this time.
Yeah, I was gonna see if Rachel or Jessica needed a break at this time. We are gonna go until 1 o'clock today before we break for lunch. So I was just gonna check on them and see if they needed a break at this time, and we can take a 10-minute break.
2 thumbs up.
Okay, so we're good.
Kevin?
We'll keep going. Yeah, till 1 is
Go to
fine.
1.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption there. So we are still on item 16, and we are at committee discussion. Do we have any other committee discussion or a motion on item 16?
This is Dan Kaiser. Motion to approve item 16 as submitted.
This is David Field. I'll second.
This time we have a motion from committee member Kaiser, a second from Mr. Field regarding the approval as submitted of item 16. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad Winluck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kabata,
No.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Beth. Motion carries. We'll now proceed to item 17. DSA, you want to go ahead and present the item?
Yes, thank you. For item 17, the applicable code section is chapter 11B, section 11B-809.10.6.3. And the topic is clear floor space at showers in residential dwelling units with adaptable features. DSA proposes to amend section 11B-809.10.6.3 to increase the clear floor space width from 30 inches to 36 inches at showers in residential dwelling units with adaptable features. In the 2022 intervening rulemaking cycle, DSA attempted to clarify in section 11B-809.10.6.1 the reference to section 11B-608.1, which specifies the size for transfer showers. In addition to the size, the reference provided for a 36-inch by 48-inch clear floor space at the shower fixture, and a subsequent reference in section 11B-809.10.6.3, which specifies a 30-inch by 48-inch floor space provided for conflicting requirements. While the 30-inch minimum clear floor space width is the minimum permitted by the Fair Housing Act, individuals with disabilities acknowledged the minimum clear floor space requirements were insufficient. The Building Standards Commission did not approve the proposal and requested that DSA provide further study. DSA advances this proposal to increase to 36 inches wide the clear floor space at all showers in residential dwelling units with adaptable features. A referenced figure is necessary to illustrate the position of the clear floor space relative to the control wall of the shower and ensure the ability to enforce the elements clarified in the figure. See the companion proposal for section 11B-809.10.6.1, which is item 16. The suggested text of the proposed amendment reads as follows. 11B-809.10.6.3 clearance. Begin new text. Clearance of end new text, begin strikeout text, clear maneuvering space 30 inches, begin new text, 36 inches, end new text, wide minimum by 48 inches, begin new text, long, end new text, minimum, begin new text, measured from, end new text, and begin strikeout text. In length shall be located outside the shower with the width flush with end strikeout text. The control wall, begin new text, shall be provided outside, end new text, and begin strikeout text, and the length parallel to the length of end strikeout text, the shower, begin new text, as illustrated in figure 11B-809.10.6.3. This figure is included in the proposal as a new figure. It shows a 36-inch by 36-inch transfer shower with a 36-inch by 48-inch clear floor space aligned with the control wall, and the depth goes approximately 12 inches past the seat wall to allow for transfer. The seat and the grab bars are shown dashed as they are not required to be installed at adaptable units, but backing is required to be provided. And that is the end of this proposal.
Thank you, DSA. At this time, we will move to committee discussion on item 17, chapter 11B, 11B 809.10.6.3 clearance. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendments at this time?
Yeah, this is Mike Gibbons.
Go ahead, Mike.
Hi. Yeah. Do you have any concern with the difference in wording? You know, the typical wording on these is clear floor space, which goes along with, you know, the wheelchair sizing and everything, and then you're specifically just calling it a clearance. And as you know, it's the text that governs and not the picture. And the picture shows clear floor space, but the text of the standard shows just clearance. And a clearance, it doesn't. So I'm just concerned with the fact that somebody's going to go around this. Is there a reason why those are different?
I believe that DSA was attempting to provide a differentiation between the larger clearance at a shower and a standard 30 by 48 inch clear wheelchair space.
Well, I agree with that. I'm just wondering if this is going to, well, it made me ask. So, where's about a dime? If you feel comfortable with it, that's just my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Any other committee discussion at this time? All right, so we'll proceed to public comment. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on item 17 of agenda item 6 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, number 17?
Kendra? Good afternoon. This is Kendra Muller representing Disability Rights California. We support the increased clear space in item 17. However, we continue to advocate for widespread and strong standards of revisitation for showers. This is something that we continue to advocate for because of the community that we serve. It does not have access to a vital need, which is just washing one's body. And there is strong precedent in the data regarding full technological advancements in showers and mobility devices, along with other disabilities that need to have further adoptions in the showers that can be modeled after national specifications, reference standards, or other model codes. This is in the interest of public health and safety under criteria 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendra.
I don't see any other hands, and oh, I'm sorry, one hand. Connie?
Connie Arnold, Disability Rights Advocate. I would like to thank the comments that Kendra Muller just made, and Disability Rights California. I support their position, and we support a larger size space of 36 inches, but that is still insufficient to offer access for people with larger power wheelchairs that are common use wheelchairs. And with the aging population and the growing need to provide more housing for those that are homeless, which dramatically includes a lot of people with disabilities who are not being served now. Like to see some improvements to the size and the floor transfer space. And I do want to say, in my original letter I submitted back in 2023, it showed that having taped up the ground and sitting there in my power chair, how little space there was even at 48 inches of length that you're giving people to transfer to the transfer shower area. So I want to support the increase in this position. I want to state that we need to do better, and that originally, when Holland DeLille was alive, and many of us have worked on these issues for years, there were 3 choices of preferable showers that were referred to as roll-in showers, which was 42 by 50, 30 inch by 60,
Michael,
and
you're on.
36 by 60 inch wide. And one of the problems is that builders tend to build smaller showers. So I would just like to say that I'd like to see that increase. And I'm sorry if some of the people here that aren't wheelchair users don't like my comments, but the truth of the matter is this is a really big problem for people with disabilities. I'm not going to live forever, but I do want to state that we need to do better for the community. And Title 24 is a minimum standard. And so we would like to see our laws improve for access. Thank you very much.
Connie, thank you for sharing your, your comments on item 17, as well as the intent or the goal that you have for increasing the clear floor space for the shower users. So thank you for both of those. Any other public comments?
No other hands and no phone participants.
Okay, so that concludes the public comment portion. At this time, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the committee for discussion and entertaining a motion on agenda item 17.
Alt to show or hide meeting controls.
Faraz, go ahead.
I just wanted to support the comments that we received from public, and point out that while CBC table 11B 224.2 for guest rooms and transient lodging with mobility features, they do provide guidance, or that table does provide guidance on providing, in addition to the standard, the transfer shower, which is the 36 by 36 shower, providing at least one roll-in shower, either standard or alternate. Whereas a similar provision is not in the scoping requirements for public housing. And so, as the previous commenter mentioned, chances are that the 36 by 36 transfer shower will be the shower of choice because it occupies less space and clearly doesn't provide the necessary or doesn't essentially meet the needs of everyone in those public housing facilities. That said, I would support this.
Mike Gibbons proposed to approve item 17 as submitted.
We have a motion from Committee Member Gibbons for approval as submitted.
Dan Kaiser, second.
We have a second from Committee Member Kaiser. Do we have further discussion on the item before we proceed to a roll call vote?
This is David Field. I do have a comment. Michael, do you want to approve as amended and change the figure title to transfer type shower clearance based on criterion 6 so that the text of the diagram matches the text of the code section? I think your comment's valid on that. And I think we can do something with that here.
So Michael, you're on mute.
Yeah, I would change to approve that. If everybody else, I don't know how they want to discuss it. I mean, if DSA has a reason why they don't think that would be a good thing to do, I'd like to hear it.
DSC has left the meeting.
So to clarify, you're talking figure 11B 809.10.6.3. Instead of saying transfer type shower clear floor space, it's transfer type shower clearance. Is that understanding?
Yes, because that's how it's referred to in the section header.
Okay, DSA, I see your hand raised and would like some input there.
We appreciate the comment and had intended on making that provision.
I will amend. I will amend my my motion then to reflect that.
So we have a motion for approve as amended, if I understand correctly, by committee member Givens for the amendment as I stated. Committee member Kaiser, it's seconded, I believe. Do you still second that?
Still second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further committee discussion on approve as amended?
A point of order.
Yes, sorry.
Do we have a criteria for that? Criteria number?
6.
6, yes.
Thank
6.
you. Okay.
All right. Hearing no further discussion, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Beth, please conduct the roll call vote.
Brad Wunlett,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zillmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Thank you, David, for the amendment, and aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. Motion carries on item 17. DSA, would you like to please proceed with item 18 at this time?
Yes, thank you. Item 18 refers to code section 11B-902.2, the clear floor space at dining surfaces. DSA proposes to amend section 11B-902.2 to indicate that in dining areas where an accessible route is required, the accessible route shall be maintained clear so as not to
Your
require a
internet connection
diner
is unstable.
to reposition to make clear the accessible route. This amendment is needed to prohibit overlap so as not to conflict with the requirement in section 11B-305.6, which permits a clear floor space to overlap an accessible route except where prohibited. The suggested text of the proposed amendment is 11B-902.2, clear floor or ground space. A clear floor space complying with section 11B-305
CBSC.
positioned for a forward approach shall be provided. Knee and toe clearance complying with section 11B-306 shall be provided. Begin new text. 11B-902.2.1 overlap. The clear floor space at dining surfaces shall not overlap the accessible route. End proposed new text. And end of the proposal.
Thank you, DSA. At this time, the item's open for committee discussion on item 18. CBC 11B-902.2, clear floor space at dining surfaces. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendment?
This is Janice.
Yes, Janice, please.
Okay, I think on the, where it says overlap, we should add minimum required. So the clear floor space at dining surfaces shall not overlap the minimum required accessible route. I think that should be added to it.
Can you explain your reasoning on that, Janice? Just so I can understand it.
Well, whether it's 3 feet for the interior or 4 feet for the exterior, that's the minimum required. But we may have a wider accessible route because more space is provided, and you can have the seating overlap if there is extra space. but you need to keep clear the 36 or the 48 clear floor space. And I'm not taking into account any fire safety issues with that. So that's the reason. Some restaurants have, main aisle that's much bigger. So usually it's referred to as the minimum required accessible route.
Thank you. Any further committee discussion? All right, at this time, we'll go ahead and proceed to public comment. I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 18 of item 6 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6 of item 18?
Yeah, Gabrielle?
Hi, can you hear me? This is Gabrielle Hoverder on behalf of Disability Rights California. DRC supports item 18 with minor textual revisions. After reviewing the code provisions, this is a helpful addition and clarification that will provide more room for individuals with mobility devices that obtain access into restaurants. Many times, the space to go from the entrance to a table or the table to the bathroom is so marred by obstacles that the accessible route cannot be used. This will provide space for the accessible pathways. However, we recommend further clarification to prevent ambiguity by adding the word "abut." So it would be the clear floor space at dining surfaces shall abut but not overlap the accessible route. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle.
Next comment is from Connie.
Connie Arnold, Disability Rights Advocate, Elk Grove, California. I just want to support the comments by Disability Rights California and the testimony that they're giving today, and say that this is a good clarification, but adding the word "abut" would be very helpful to clarify, to create an improved clear floor space for a better path of travel for wheelchair users and others. And I won't be able to stay on, so I want to thank you very much for this opportunity to test and provide public comment. My apologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Connie. Much appreciated.
There are no other hands raised and no phone participants.
Okay. Well, thank you for the public comments. CBC staff, were there any written comments submitted on this item? And if so, would you please summarize them?
No other comments than the ones that were stated. Thank you.
Perfect. So that concludes the public comment portion. At this time, we'll go ahead and move to committee discussion or a motion if desired. Arfroz, I'm going to go to DSA staff to see if they wanted to respond to the two comments first, and I'll come back to you. Eric, go ahead. Or
yes, good morning or good afternoon now. Thank you. We would like to respond to the suggestion to add the word "abut." DSA notes that section 11B-305 is already referenced in the proposed section, and that section requires that the clear floor space adjoin the accessible route. Adjoin and abut are synonyms, so we feel that it's already covered and doesn't need to be restated.
Thank you, Michelle. All right. Arfroz, we're going to go ahead and go to you for committee discussion.
Thank you. So my understanding is that the proposed amendment is only applicable to dining surfaces that are required to comply under 11B 902. And it would not apply to work surfaces that are also required to comply with 11B 902. Is that correct? Could someone at DSA clarify that?
Go to Michelle or Eric.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
And Michelle, what was the rationale behind excluding accessible work surfaces?
I don't know that it was intentionally excluded. We received a proposal specifically, and I'm going to let Ida speak, that covered dining surfaces.
Thank you, Michelle. I didn't mean to interrupt what you were going to say. I did want to address that this proposal was specific to dining services and public accommodations. A reminder that in employee work areas, Title I accommodations also apply. And so that could be considered as part of Title I accommodations where the employer ensures that those areas are maintained clear. Thank you.
So Ida, just to clarify, I wasn't necessarily talking to employee work areas, but you could have training rooms that are used by members of the public. And you have accessible work surfaces in those training rooms. And having an accessible route to the accessible work surface and not having the clear floor space overlap that accessible route would be equally important. Wouldn't you agree?
Possibly, yes. I just wanted to be clear that we were responding specifically to a request that's encountered when there are many users in a dining area and the responsibility to maintain those areas clear. We feel that the responsibility in the code is already there. This just makes that requirement specific so that this doesn't necessarily negate that requirement in those other work areas, but it is a requirement that is specifically made clear in dining areas in response to the request that was made.
Thank you for the clarification, Ida.
Any other committee discussion on item 18? Hearing none, I guess we would entertain a motion on the item.
Dan Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
Do we have a second? Motion by Kaiser, a second by Zellner. It's moved and seconded that the item 18 of agenda item 6 be approved as stated. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion?
If I can, the reason I'm just submitting it or recommending approval as submitted, I think staff has heard that there's room for improvement and maybe including all necessary work areas as may be applicable in the future.
Thank you, Dan. Any further discussion on the motion?
Yeah, this is Janice. I just wanted to say that, you know, you can have an accessible route that's 6 or 7 feet wide. It could all be accessible, but it may not be required. And that's the reason why you typically find the minimum required, 36, 44, 60, whatever it is. So that's the reason why I was suggesting that go in there. So it's just addition of 2 words.
Thank you, Janice. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Sure. Brad Winluck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arfarez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
I'm sorry, I literally just got back. Can I hear the motion again? Or what was that?
Motion was for approval of item 18 as submitted.
Aye.
Janice Kent,
It would be I only if we added the minimum required. So I would say no then.
thank you. David Field,
Aye.
thank you. The motion carries.
All right, the motion carries. At this time, item 18 carries. If I'm correct, we will go back to the next set of proposals from DSA. Am I correct, Eric and Michelle?
That's correct.
And which item was the next item?
Set, sorry, Chairperson, the
Oh,
next set are clarifications. I've heard that we will be breaking at 1 o'clock.
That's correct.
We to continue.
That's correct. 1 o'clock.
We will start with item number 1, moving to 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, and 15.
Floor is yours for item 1.
Thank you. Applicable code section here is chapter 2 definitions and the definition of multi-bedroom housing unit. The DSA proposes to change the term toilet and bathing room for bathroom in the definition for consistency and clarity. The term bathroom is used and defined in both the California Building Code and the Fair Housing Act, and this amendment defines the applicable design requirements for bathrooms as stated in the definition. And I'm going to note here that this item is related to proposal numbers 11 and 15 when we get to them. The suggested text of the proposed amendment, the definition of multi-bedroom housing unit, a housing unit intended for use by students at a place of education with a kitchen and or begin strike out text, toilet and bathing rooms, end strike out text and begin new text, bathroom with an S in parentheses to indicate both singular and plural, and proposed text within the unit such as an apartment or dormitory. Multi-bedroom housing units are separate from one another and from common use spaces within a building. And that's the end of this proposal.
Thank you, Michelle. So this time, this item's open for committee discussion. For reference, please refer to item 1, chapter 2 definitions, section 202, multi-bedroom housing unit. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendment? All right, hearing none, we will proceed to public comment. This time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 6, item 1, to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 1?
Yes, we have Gabrielle.
Hi, thank you. This is Gabrielle Hover on behalf of Disability Rights California. DRC supports item 1. This item ensures that higher education facilities have bathrooms that are truly accessible and maintain dignity for disabled students. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle.
Okay. There are no other hands raised and no phone participants.
Were there any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? And if so, can you please summarize them?
Nothing other than what was just stated.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
We are muted. Alt+A button.
So that concludes the public comment portion. And at this time, we'll bring it back to the committee for discussion and entertaining a motion on agenda item 1 of agenda item 6.
This is Dan Kaiser. Question for staff on this one. I'm a little concerned that there are places of education. Actually, we said it in the second sentence there. We're talking about dormitory type settings. So are you advocating that we can no longer have separate toilet rooms, separate bathing rooms, that we must have a bathroom, which by definition includes a water closet, lav, and bathing facilities all within the same room.
Common use, so-called gang toilet rooms would still be permitted. However, at least one toilet room would be required to have the toilet, shower, and lavatory together in the same amount of privacy that's offered to the other users of that bathroom.
And where is that stated?
That's in the proposals for items 11 and 15, which will be coming up.
You have a further question on that one, Dan, or you want to?
Well, I'm real torn here. It sounds like we're tying the hands of property owners, especially those that are trying to provide housing at places of education. And I'm not sure I like just the whole concept here of requiring full bathrooms, period. In this setting, I just don't think it's appropriate.
Any further discussion before we return to DSA for a response? All right, DSA, we go ahead and turn it back to Michelle and Eric.
Thank you. Housing at a place of education is required to comply both with ADA standards and with Fair Housing Act standards. And so while the ADA may allow a separation, the Fair Housing Act does not. So this is to align with federal requirements.
All right. Do we have any further discussion? Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Chairperson. The specific issue that it's addressing is that bathing facilities, bathrooms, were essentially bathrooms were being submitted with separate shower facilities from the bathing facilities, which then require an individual with disabilities to leave the shower room and enter a separate public space that is shared with other users of that room, and enter into a lavatory space to use either the restroom or the lavatory.
Thank you. Janice.
You may have some large dwelling units for housing in a place of education for students where maybe multi-bedrooms, a lot of them. They may have a bathroom, which includes everything, but they may also have a powder room, which is a toilet and lab by definition. So do we want to expand the definition of multi-bedroom housing unit to include bathrooms and powder rooms, as an option?
Thanks, Janice. I see the state architect, Ida, you have your hand raised on this one.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that for those units that need to require compliance under the ADA and housing at a place of education for full mobility units require the bathroom to have all fixtures in the same room. This also supports the FHA requirement for housing with adaptable features to have all the fixtures in the same room. So I just wanted to clarify that requirement, that it's essentially under both residential dwelling units requirements under the ADA and adaptable units requirements under FHA.
Thank you.
I can appreciate, that concept and those comments, but here by deleting toilet and bathing rooms, we can no longer allow them. They must be individual bathrooms now. We don't have a choice. So we're really tying everybody's hands here, I think.
And I also said, wasn't this one of the ones that was considered a clarification or administrative? This is substantive, isn't it?
Either way, I think that, to your point, Michael, there's some change being discussed, and I think DSA's perspective, if I can communicate it clearly, is that it's following ADA and FHA. And, but I'm going to go ahead and I see Ida has her hand raised again, so I'm going to let her add and clarify anything I might have stated.
I apologize. I probably should have staff have the opportunity to respond in advance. Just to clarify, this is when only one bathroom is provided within the unit. That first bathroom needs to comply. If there are subsequent bathrooms within the unit, FHA has different requirements for that.
That's not included in this standard, isn't it what you said, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a definition here now. And so now the definition of a multi-bedroom housing unit, you must have a bathroom, period. You cannot no longer have separate facilities or a dormitory type setup.
Before I go back to DSA one more time, do any other committee members have any comments or questions of staff? All right. Eric, Michelle, or Ida, would you like any further opportunity to potentially clarify what's being discussed on this one?
We just wrong?
No.
Oh, okay. I think what Dan may be referring to is the design where there is a corridor with sleeping rooms off the corridor, and then there's a common use restroom facility down the hall, and that is still permitted. That wouldn't necessarily be defined. It would still require access to a toilet, a bathing fixture, and a lavatory all in the same space. But the students could go from their sleeping room down a hallway to the bathroom. That would still be permitted.
Ida, go ahead. See your hand raised one more time.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify that this applies to a multi-bedroom housing unit, which means it's typical like an apartment, has 2 or 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. Yes, that bathroom must be either interconnected rooms where all the fixtures are either in the same room or interconnected rooms, meaning you can't get out of a bathing room into a hallway and then enter into a toilet and lavatory room. That's under the FHA and under the ADA, the fixtures need to have at least 1 bathroom that has all fixtures in 1 room or an interconnected room. So our proposal meets the minimum requirements of the ADA, which is our obligation under our authority. And that's what these requirements, what we're clarifying is the language of bathroom, which did not apply the connectivity of those requirements for added clarity in the code. So this is not a fundamental alteration of the code or the requirements that we're introducing. We're clarifying the applicability of the language and terminology used to add that interconnected elements of delineating the requirements.
Thank you. This time I'll come back to the committee for a motion.
This is Dan Kaiser, but motion to approve as submitted.
I'll second that.
So that was a motion by committee member Kaiser and a second by Arfaraz. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion for approval as submitted of item 1 of agenda item 6? Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad Wunluck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arfuez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Abstain.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Agenda item 6, item 1 has been approved. At this time, we are approaching 1 o'clock, so I would suggest that we take a break until, I believe, the 1:40. Is that appropriate? I look to Beth and Kevin.
Our ASL comes back at 2.
Our ASL comes back at 2.
2 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Kevin and Beth, should we continue on an item then? Or
Yeah, I would, I know we've been going a while, but I wanted to check back in with our ASL interpreters to see if we could maybe go until 1:15, break for lunch at that time, and then return at 2, or is that too long?
Me, Jessica, the interpreter, I can continue to 1:15. There will be another interpreter that will replace me at 2 o'clock. So that's fine to continue at 1:15 for myself.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jessica. And I see Rachel's thumbs up. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it looks like we can keep going until 1:15 and then break for lunch.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Jessica and Rachel. All right, so we will continue with I believe we're on item 2 at this time. Eric and Michelle, if I'm correct, you want to go ahead and present item 2 of agenda item 6.
Thank you. Item 2 is referring to code section 11B-213.2, toilet and bathing rooms in transient lodging facilities. DSA is proposing to remove the language of section 11B-213.2, exception 5, to eliminate duplicative language. The exception is duplicated at section 11B-603.6. Duplication is a violation of Health and Safety Code, section 18930A1, also known as item 1 of the 9-point criteria for building standards. Furthermore, there are no references in section 11B-224 specific to transient lodging that reference any requirement in section 11B-213.2. And we will point out that this item is related to item number 8. The suggested text of the proposed amendment is as follows. Section 11B-213.2 would read, toilet rooms and bathing rooms. Where toilet rooms are provided, each toilet room shall comply with section 11B-603. Where bathing rooms are provided, each bathing room shall comply with section 11B-603. Exceptions 1, 2, 3, and 4 remain unchanged. Exception 5 is proposed to be stricken. It currently reads, where toilet and bathing rooms are provided in guest rooms that are not required to provide mobility features, complying with section 11B-806.2, toilet and bathing fixtures shall only be required to comply with section 11B-603.6. And that is the end of the stricken text. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Sorry, is there another comment? Oh, sorry, I got some feedback. So this item, item 2 of agenda item 6, what do we have? Item 2, Chapter 11B, accessibility to public buildings, public accommodation, commercial buildings, and public housing. Section 11B-213.2, toilet rooms and bathing rooms, 2-1, or excuse me, item number 2, is back to the committee for discussion. Do you have any comments on the proposed amendments? All right, hearing none, then right now we will proceed to public comment on this item. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 6, item 2, to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item number 2?
Yes, Gabrielle.
Thank you. This is Gabrielle Hoverder on behalf of Disability Rights California. DRC supports item 2. The text is duplicative and should be removed under supporting criteria Health and Safety Code 18930A1. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle.
There are no other hands raised and no phone participants.
Beth, did we have any written comments submitted on this item?
None other than what was just stated. Thank you.
Thank you. That would then conclude the public comment portion. And at this time, we'll bring it back to the committee for discussion and entertain a motion on agenda item 6, item number 2.
This is Dan Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
David Field, second.
We have a motion and a second for approval as submitted of agenda item 6, item number 2. For approval, as I mentioned, as submitted. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion?
Maybe.
Go ahead, Michael.
213.2 toilet rooms and bathing. Shoot. Okay, this isn't gonna. Well, this isn't going to affect like where now that you're going to have to in a room that would be typically an adaptable bathroom, they're going to have to be fully accessible. That's a question.
So, Michael, if I understand your question, you're referencing the striking of item or number 5, exception 5. Can you clarify that for DSA?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to review this and really get into it. Toilet and bathing rooms are provided in guest rooms that are not required to provide mobility features on 6.
Audio now unmuted. Mute. Currently unmuted. Alt plus A. Mute. Currently unmuted. Alt plus A button.
Shoot. Is this going to affect? I'm sorry. Is this going to affect bathrooms that are required to be adaptable, where they're now going to be required to be fully accessible?
I don't, Michael, I don't think so, because the way I read this is that the language in 213.2 says you've got to comply with section 11B 603. And the exception that's in 11B 603, which I went and I checked and it's there, is it the same as what's in the exception in 5? So that there does seem to be, me and anybody correct me if I'm wrong, there is just a real duplication in the code, and the wording is not exactly the same, but it's sufficient that it does seem duplicative to me. So the question is, where do you want the exception? Do you want the exception here in scoping, or do you want it in 603? But right now it does seem to be in both.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not. Yeah, and I'm sorry for.
No, that's fine.
Tagging along there. Thank you for that. I'm going to withdraw. Go ahead. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, Beth, if you can correct me, have we started the vote on this one, or were we still in discussion?
We've got a motion and a second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion before
Oh,
we
toilet,
roll
yeah.
call vote?
Now
All
I
right.
see what I've got. Okay.
All right, perfect. So hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by stating no, and if abstaining, please state this. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad Winluck,
Aye.
Dean Lozano,
Aye.
Arfaez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
and David Field.
Aye.
Motion carries.
What did I do here?
So Beth and Kevin, I'm going to look to you. Looking at item 3, it appears there's 4 parts that I'm not sure we'd get through. In fact, I know we wouldn't get through in 10 minutes. So Kevin, if you're on, would your suggestion be to take a little bit of a longer lunch then, take the extra 10 minutes?
That seems the most appropriate, and then we'll resume it too when our ASL interpreters can rejoin us as well, if that pleases the committee.
Yeah, that sounds great. So we'll go ahead and break until 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, we'll return with item 3 of agenda item 6.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you. Take care.
You too.
Audio now unmuted.
Hi, Beth. Just doing a audio check. Can you see and hear me okay?
I can hear you. I can see you.
Okay, cool. All right, we'll get started in just a moment. Thank you.
All right, staff, are we good to go ahead and restart the meeting since it is 2 o'clock now?
Looking to see if we have everybody.
Give it another minute.
Perez, are you back? Janice, are you back?
It's like
Dan, audio now unmuted.
There you are. Hi, Janice. Thank you.
Hi.
Not sure if Perez is back. Also, I just want to note as we do a time check, we have 2 hours left to do 14 items. And so, if we can keep the comments, to avoid duplicative comments and things like that, that would be wonderful.
Space.
So I think we have everybody.
Audio now unmuted.
Beth, this is Eric with DSA. May I make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
So I would suggest that the remaining items, proposals from DSA are not overly complex. I would propose that we read through the ISOR and the text as proposed, or the language if adopted, rather than going through the complete strike through and underline. We would simply read the ISOR and the code proposal in its entirety without the strike through and underline.
I think Eugene Lozano was the one that asked that we read through everything. So
Eugene Lozano, I will go with what Eric is asking for. I'll go with it.
Thank you, Eugene.
Thank you, Eugene.
Okay, so it looks like we have everybody back. Eric and DSA staff, we are on item 3. So we are going to go to item 3 of agenda item 6, chapter 11B, section 11B 224, transient lodging, guest rooms, housing at a place of education and social service center establishments. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you for presentation.
Thank you. Item 3 covers applicable code section 11B-224, and the topic is transient lodging facilities. Statement of reason reads, in item 3, a non-substantive clarification, DSA proposes to amend scoping requirements for section 11B-224, applicable to transient lodging facilities and housing at a place of education. In the 2010 ADA standards, the requirements for housing at a place of education to follow the requirements of 224 for transient lodging facilities is in regulation in section 35.151 of 28 CFR part 35 for Title II entities, and section 36.406E of subpart D of 28 CFR part 36 of Title III entities, and not in the text of section 224. In order to appropriately determine the required scope for these facilities, specific requirements for housing at a place of education is necessary in section 11B-224. However, where all the requirements in section 11B-224 are applicable to transient lodging facilities, not all the requirements of section 11B-224 are applicable to the housing at a place of education, excuse me. To distinguish the requirements for each, DSA proposes to remove dormitories as an example of similar transient lodging facilities and to include housing at a place of education for undergraduate students in section 11B-224.1. DSA proposes to amend section 11B-224.1.2 by adding in-transient lodging facilities to the requirement of bathroom doors to be either sliding or hung to swing in the direction of egress from the bathroom. This requirement is not applicable to housing at a place of education, which requires compliance to the more restrictive requirements of the Fair Housing Act for residential dwelling units with adaptable features. Additionally, this requirement in the 2010 CBC and prior editions was specific to transient lodging facilities only. DSA proposes to amend section 11B-224.1.4 by adding in-transient lodging facilities to the requirement to provide all toilet and bathing fixtures in a location that allows a person using a wheelchair to touch the wheelchair to all sanitary fixtures. This requirement is not applicable to housing at a place of education, which requires compliance to the more restrictive requirements of the Fair Housing Act for residential dwelling units with adaptable features. Additionally, this requirement in the 2010 CBC and prior editions was specific to transient lodging facilities only. DSA proposes to amend 11B-224.2 to include housing at a place of education for undergraduate students to provide applicable scoping to the requirements of section 11B-806.2. Additionally, DSA proposes to clarify that only transient lodging facilities are subject to the scoping requirements of section 11B-224.2.1 and 11B-224.2.2, which are in regulation in section 36.406C of subpart D of 28 CFR Part 36, applicable to transient lodging facilities of Title II entities. Title III entities, excuse me. DSA confirmed with the Department of Justice that this proposed language is in keeping with the US DOJ's regulations. And this item is related to item 10. And that is the end of the statement of reason. And now I will go on to read the code text if adopted. 11B-224.1 General, hotel, motels, inns, resorts, and similar transient lodging facilities and housing at a place of education for undergraduate students shall provide guest rooms in accordance with section 11B-224.1 through 11B-224.6. The text, the three dots represents text that remains unchanged, and I'll go down to subsection 11B-224.1.2, guest room doors and doorways. Entrances, doors, and doorways providing user passage into and within guest rooms that are not required to provide mobility features complying with section 11B-806.2 shall comply with 11B-404.2.3. In transient lodging facilities, bathroom doors shall be either sliding or hung to swing in the direction of egress from the bathroom. Exception: shower and sauna doors in guest rooms that are not required to provide
mobility features complying with section 11B-806.2 shall not be required to comply with section 11B-404.2.3. Again, the following text is unchanged, so I will go down to subsection 11B-224.1.4, guest room, toilet, bathing rooms, excuse me. And transient lodging facilities where toilet and bathing rooms are provided in guest rooms that are not required to provide mobility features complying with section 11B-806.2. Toilet and bathing fixtures shall only be required to comply with section 11B-603.6. Moving on to section 11B-224.2, guest rooms with mobility features and transient lodging facilities and houses at a place of education for undergraduate students. Guest rooms with mobility features complying with section 11B-806.2 shall be provided in accordance with table 11B-224.2. And transient lodging facilities, table 11B-224.2 shall be applied as follows. And I believe the following two sections are text that will remain unchanged. And that is the end of this proposal.
Great, thank you very much. So this item is now up for committee discussion. For reference, we are discussing item 3 of agenda item 6. Do you have any questions or comments from committee members at this time regarding the proposed amendments?
Yeah, I have Ms. Janice.
Yeah, Janice.
We're supposed to comply with ADA, right? At a minimum. Anyone want to answer that? Because this doesn't comply with ADA.
I'll answer that, yes.
If you look at Title II and Title III, it's not limited to undergraduate students. It could be secondary school, it could be elementary, it could be postgraduate school. You need to look at the definition of housing at a place of education. So right there, I would say we have a problem. And that's both Title II and both Title III. In fact, I'm looking at Title III now. It says, housing in a place of education means housing operated by or on behalf of an elementary, secondary, undergraduate, or postgraduate school. Other places of education include dormitories, suites, apartments, or other places of residence. And we have under Title II, similar. It's a little bit more involved, but similar. It doesn't include social service centers, establishments.
Janice, would you like DSA to respond to that?
What's that?
Would you like DSA to respond to that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, this whole thing is moot right now because it doesn't meet ADA. And that was the whole issue that I started out with. Are we required to meet ADA? And I think in the statutes we are at a minimum.
Eric, Michelle, or Ida, would you like to respond to that comment? Do you want to go ahead and move forward with the other committee members' comments or concerns?
DSA believes that this does meet ADA, as we've noted in our statement of reasons. We could restudy the phrasing for housing in a place of education in this section, but it does meet ADA and Fair Housing Act as required.
Okay, you do have here under annotations on the 3-1, proposed to amend the section by adding housing at a place of education for undergraduate students. That doesn't mean ADA if you limit it to undergraduate students.
And we can recheck that information, yes.
Do we have any other committee comments at this time?
This is David Field. I have a question. Just in following up on that, for DSA, when I look at the, how it's phrased here, it says in transient lodging facilities and housing at a place of education. So there's an inclusive and in there. And then when you go back and you look in the definitions of transient lodging, it does define that as a building or facility containing one or more guest rooms for sleeping that provides accommodations. So my question for DSA is, does that phrasing then make it okay in terms of Janice's concern? Where it's actually covered, it's just not covered explicitly, it's just through the definitions.
Kevin Day, CBSC has left the meeting. Kevin Day.
I would also point again, just in piggybacking on Janice's concern, looking at the Chapter 2 definition of housing at a place of education, it's not just limited to undergraduate. It includes elementary, secondary, undergraduate, and postgraduate schools. So why zero in on undergraduate in this proposed amendment? And I noticed that we do that, or the CBC does that throughout in other sections when we talk about kitchens, when we talk about toilet rooms too. So housing at a place of education covers all types of schools. So why not just keep it broad?
Thank you, Arfaraz. We'll go to Ida. I see that she has her hand raised.
So our purpose for this amendment was really to clarify the difference between transient lodging facilities and housing at a place of education. So Janice, your comment noted that we did write for undergraduate students, and you're correct, it is more broad, so we can look at clarifying that qualification on housing at a place of education. I think what's important to understand is why we qualified it as undergraduate students is DSA has been doing many reviews of housing at a place of education, all of them which have been at the college level. And so I think we were a little narrowly focused into our application of what we've been reviewing. But there is a difference between graduate student housing and faculty housing, which is required to comply with a different section of Chapter 11B, and housing for undergraduate students. And as Janet pointed out, any below undergraduates, primary, secondary, schools, and that is to comply with transient lodging standards. So that's why we had that qualifier, but we can look at amending the language that will actually be a little more inclusive in alignment with the definition. And then I don't know if staff has anything to add.
Thank you, Ida.
I have a couple more things to add to that since we're talking in general terms about this. Housing at a place of education for graduate students and for faculty on a full-time basis has an exception for transient lodging if we don't have any educational activities have there. So then that's treated like residential under 11B and under ADA. But that's for, full-time, in other words, lease, no educational activities for the graduate students and for faculty. The other thing is, and I might as well just say it now since I'm kind of being a troublemaker here, is that when we talk of transient lodging, what we have at ADA is it's inclusive of housing in a place of education. It's inclusive. They say in there, DOJ says that sleeping rooms equate with guest rooms. That's exactly their language in there in Title II and Title III. The difference is that for housing at a place of education, there are some other requirements about kitchens and a few other things like that. Kitchens that go more towards the residential. But that's in addition to housing at a place of education has to comply with everything under transient lodging, plus some additional items. And that's going into the implementing regulations of ADA.
Thank you, Janice. Ida, you had your hand up again.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to clarify that what we are amending in 11B224 with these provisions are California-specific amendments that are not included in the ADA. They were passed under previous regulatory cycles as transient lodging only requirements. By not clarifying the difference between what's required under the ADA for transient lodging and what's required under the under California in previous rulemaking for transient lodging, which is defined typically in the italicized test, we have inadvertently applied California requirements that apply to transient lodging to housing at a place of education, which is not correct use of those requirements. And then just to reiterate, the requirements on 50 more or less units, we clarify with the U.S. Department of Justice on its applicability, which is the only amendment in this section that is really clarifying the requirements that are applicable to transient lodging versus housing at a place of education at the federal level. And I will defer to staff if they have any additional comments.
No additional comments on that? All right. Any other comments from the committee before we go to public comment? All right. At this time, we will proceed to public comment. I would like to remind the public who wishes to speak on agenda item 6 of item 3 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 3?
Yes, we have Dara.
Hello, again, Dara Scher, Disability Rights California. In light of the discussion that we just had, we recommend this go back for further study to determine where it should be limited to undergraduate housing and where it shouldn't at all. So my recommendation is we need to be consistent, as people point out, with the ADA, and so I recommend go back for clarification of the language. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara. Do we have any other comments?
There are no other hands raised and no phone participants.
Perfect. And we've heard from the people who submitted written comments on this, Beth, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So that would conclude the public comment portion. At this time, we'll go ahead and return to the committee for any discussion and a motion on agenda item 6, item 3.
This is Dan Kaiser. Recommend motion for further study, item 6.
Thank you, Dan. Do we have a second from the motion to further study criteria 6?
It's Janice Kent, I second it.
Second. We have a motion and a second. It's moved and seconded that we would again approve for further study item 3 of agenda item 6. Is there any further discussion regarding this item? Excuse me, regarding this motion? Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. I believe DSA has heard the comments with regards to the transit housing on undergraduate student restriction. So I think we have enough there. So we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Beth, can you please call the roll call vote?
I can. DSA has their hand up. Do we want to let them, or do you want to go through the vote first?
Sure. If they, in case they're looking for clarification on the further study, go ahead, Eric and Michelle.
Mostly for the record, but I do have a comment. But for the record, which criteria was this going to be returned for?
Criteria 6 was the one mentioned.
All right, thank you. And then the recommendation might be that the words for undergraduate students would be stricken, and then the language would simply, in each case, read "and housing at a place of education," and exclude the the additional language of for undergraduate students.
Thank you, Eric. The committee can consider that. Again, we have a motion and a second on the floor, so we'll need to proceed with that vote, but we do have that alternative or optional amendment that's been proposed.
Veronica Terdian, HCD has left the meeting.
If we'd like to consider that following the vote. So Beth, can we have the roll call vote this time?
Brad Wunluck,
No.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Arforez Kambata,
Yes.
Daniel Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Michael, you're on mute.
No.
Janice Kent.
What are we voting on now, for it to be deferred or to approve? What are we voting on?
Currently, the vote is further study.
Further study, yes.
David Field,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you very much. That
Veronica
concludes
Terdian, HCD has joined the meeting.
item 3. Item 3 has been approved for further study. Criteria 6. We now move DSA to item 4, Chapter 11B, Section 11B 228.3.2, minimum number.
Thank you. Item 4, applicable code section 11B-228.3.2. The topic covering EVCS minimum number exception. Reading from the statement of reason, item number 4, a non-substantive clarification. DSA proposes to amend the exceptions in section 11B-228.3.2, which are not clear to code users and enforcement entities, leading to variant interpretations and enforcement. The term public is used with 2 distinct meanings within this section, adding to the lack of clarity. DSA proposes to remove exception 2 as the proposed amendment language at exception 1 covers a specific driver, an employee, and a resident in public housing. The proposed amendment separates the type of drivers and vehicles that are exempt from the section to provide clarity to the code user. This was brought forth during DSA's October workshop by a CASP and code enforcement agency. So the code language, if adopted, would read section 11B-228.3.2 minimum numbers. This section of text remains unchanged. Exceptions. Item number 1, EVCS not available to the general public and designated specifically for an individual EV driver shall not be required to comply with section 11B-228.3.2. Number 2, EVCS not available to the general public and serving only fleet vehicles shall not be required to comply with section 11B-228.3.2. And that is the end of this proposal.
Thank you. At this time, the item returns to the committee for committee discussion. For reference, we are still on item 4 of agenda item 6. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendments?
This is Dan Kaiser. With exception number 2, are we flirting with trying to exempt Title I issues? In other words, here we've given a blanket exemption when we know very well that if there's a reasonable request from an employee, blah, blah, blah. I'm just concerned that we've shut the door on that. What is staff's take on that?
Thank you. The building code does not cover reasonable modifications in any of its locations. The ADA does require an accessible route to an employee workstation, but then only very limited access to certain components such as electrical outlets and alarm notifications within the employee workstation. So therefore, Title I reasonable modifications would definitely still be applicable.
Should we not have an advisory or footnote to that effect for the standard code user?
Well, as I said, the CBC does not cover such reasonable modifications for employees in any of its sections.
No.
Any other comments from Ida, or excuse me, from the committee before I went to Ida? I saw Ida's hand up for a second, so. No other.
I would say that this doesn't really close the door, Daniel, to
No.
on any kind of reasonable modification request from an employee. And as Michelle states, there's nothing really in Chapter 11B that would. You could have a building that and employee work areas that totally comply with Chapter 11B requirements, and that doesn't in any way prevent an employee from requesting an accommodation.
It wouldn't.
So why would this make any kind of exception? So I don't see there's a concern for that.
No, I agree. I agree. I just wanted to make sure we got it on the record as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, Michael? No? Okay. And Ida, your hand was down, so I believe we've addressed that. So at this time, we're going to proceed to public comment on agenda item 6, item 4. Remind the public who wishes to speak on the item to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 4?
It seems we don't have any public comment.
Okay, and CBC staff, the items, did we receive a comment on this item? And since we don't have a public commenter, can you summarize it?
Dara now has her hand up.
Oh, we'll go back to Dara.
Again, Dara Scher at Disability Rights California. I'm sorry, I'm a little lost of whether we're talking about both exception 1 and exception 2, but on exception 1, we are somewhat concerned that the language will be read as saying you don't have a reasonable modification or accommodation. You would, but since it is limited to an individual driver and the ADA is clear that they're entitled to a modification, we can live with that text. We are concerned about exception 2 because it does imply that no employee servicing a fleet vehicle ever has a disability because they're never automatically provided with a accessible charging station. And I think that there is no reason to exempt fleet vehicles from having an accessible charging station because there may very well be fleet drivers that have the need for such an accessible charging station. And unlike exception 1, which refers to an individually assigned space, the entire fleet charging. So I am concerned. Do not believe there should be this exemption. We do support the other portions of the proposed.
Thank you, Dara. Do we have any additional public comments?
No, not our hands.
Okay. And staff, I believe that's the only comment we received on this item, so we didn't summarize that.
Right.
Thank you. So that concludes public comment portion. At this time, we will go ahead and return to the committee for a motion on agenda item 6, item 4.
Recommend to approve as submitted for 6.
I will second it for discussion purposes. So it's been moved and seconded that agenda item 6, item 4 be approved as submitted. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay. Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad Wendland,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
No.
Arfaraz Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zellmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Beth. Motion carries. Go ahead and find where we're at here. That is item 4. We will now move, if I recall, item 8. Is that correct, DSA staff?
Yes, it is. Thank
Okay,
you.
can you please present item 8 of agenda item 6 for us. Section 11B 6036, guest room, toilet, and bathing rooms.
DSA proposes to amend section 11B 603.6 to clarify a California specific requirement only applicable to transient lodging facilities and not to housing at a place of education. The requirements for bathrooms in residential dwelling units with adaptable features in housing at a place of education are required to comply with the Fair Housing Act, which provides greater accessibility to bathrooms in units that are not required to provide mobility features. I'll note that this item is related to item 2, and the code text, if adopted, would read 11B 603.6, guest room, toilet, and bathing rooms. In transient lodging facilities, toilet and bathing rooms within guest rooms that are not required to provide mobility features, complying with section 11B 806.2, shall provide all toilet and bathing fixtures in a location that allows a person using a wheelchair measuring 30 inches by 48 inches to touch the wheelchair to any lavatory, urinal, water closet, tub, sauna, shower stall, and any other similar sanitary installation if provided. And that's the end of the proposed text.
Perfect. Thank you, Michelle and DSA. At this time, we return the item to the committee for committee discussion. Again, we are on item 8 of agenda item 6 in 11B 603.6. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendments? Proposed amendment? Janice, go ahead.
Yeah, again, in transient lodging, I mean, this should be an inclusive term, which includes housing at a place of education. Is that what this is saying? Because it's, I mean, this section is under, I mean, again, I'm going back to basics with this one. Housing at a place of education is transient lodging. So, is that what this intent is here? And
Yes.
if we change everything to bathrooms before, we might want to consider changing it to bathrooms here as well.
Veronica Terdian, HCD.
DSA, Eric and Michelle, would you guys like to respond to that?
Yes, thank you. The intent here is to not include housing at a place of education because those units are required to provide both units with mobility features and units with adaptable features. The requirement for the units with adaptable features provides more access than section 11B 603.6 provides for transient lodging that is not a mobility room in a transient lodging facility. So there's different levels of accessibility being provided. This section is simply saying that you have to provide access into the bathroom and be able to reach the fixtures. So it would not apply to housing at a place of education. And I see Ida wishes to comment, so I will let her chime in here.
Once again, this is a requirement that's California specific only. It was passed in previous rulemakings for transient lodging facilities only. When we adopted the 2010, and has been in the code for a long time, when we adopted the 2010 ADA standards, which included requirements for housing at a place of education to comply with transient lodging facilities, that requirement does not require them to comply with California specific requirements. And so this is not a violation of the ADA because this is a requirement for transient lodging facilities only. That's only in California building code and not in the ADA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ida. Thank you, staff. Do any other committee members have comments on the item? Okay. At this time, we'll go ahead and proceed to public comment. I'd like to remind the public who wishes to speak on agenda item 8 of agenda item 6 to put yourself in the queue now by raising the hand feature in Zoom, or listen as the chair asks for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 8?
Sarah?
Thank you. Dara Sher, Disability Rights California, we support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara.
And there are no other hands and no phone participants.
Okay, thank you. And the comments we received were mentioned by Dara, correct, Beth?
That's correct.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go ahead and conclude the public comment portion and we'll entertain a motion on agenda item 6, item 8.
It's Dan Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
Second that.
It is motioned and seconded that we approve as submitted agenda item 6, item 8. Is there further discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad Winluck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arforez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons. You're muted.
No.
No, thank you. Janice Kent,
No.
David Field,
Aye.
thank you. The motion carries.
Okay. Moving on, I believe we are on item 9 now. DSA, if you'd like to present item 9.
Yes. This is related to applicable code section 11B-705.1.2 location. The topic is detectable warnings. I'll proceed to the statement of reasons. DSA proposes to clarify requirements for detectable warning services at blended transitions that are lengthy and continuous, such as occurs at the entrance to a large retail at the entrance to large retail facilities. At these locations, the perspective of width and depth is relative because pedestrian traffic can be parallel to the blended transition or perpendicular to the transition. The proposed language orients the code user in application of the requirements. DSA comments, additional comments here are in DSA's analysis of section 11B-705.1, detectable warnings found the word depth was consistently used to describe this dimension of the detectable warnings. So I'll proceed to the code text if adopted. 11B-705.1.2 locations. Detectable warnings at the following location shall comply with section 11B-705.1. The following four subsections remain unchanged, and that's 11B-705.1.2.1 platform edges, 11B-705.1.2.2 curb ramps, 11B-705.1.2.3 islands or cut-through medians, and 11B-705.1.2.4 bus stops. The next subsection reads as 11B-705.1.2.5 blended transitions. Detectable warnings at blended transitions shall be 36 inches in depth and extend the entirety of the transition separating the walk or sidewalk from the vehicular way. And that concludes this proposal.
Thank you, DSA. So this item is open for committee discussion. Again, we are on agenda item 6, item 5, CBC 11B-705.1.2. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendment?
Eugene Lozano.
Go ahead, Eugene.
I'm in total support of this change. It's long overdue. There's confusion often with using the word with. And this clearly states with depth that we know that the direction or the thickness of the detectable warning that when you're walking in the main path of travel. And that's something that I would suggest that DSA have a task force to study the use of the word width and depth, because there's other sections, not only detectable warnings, but I think like in showers and so forth, there's really confusion over whether we're talking about depth or width at other times. But the point is, right now in this section, this is a real plus to have. And I hope the committee can support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Eugene. R. Faraz, I see your hand raised on this one.
I would be supportive of this change as well. The only friendly amendment here would be to perhaps add the adjective flush before transition, because we're looking at that flush transition separating the walk from the vehicular way. So if that would be acceptable by DSA.
Thanks, Harfaraz. Any other committee comments at this time? Okay.
Yeah, this is Mike.
Go ahead, Michael.
I'm just going to say it because I always do. This is just another change. We have a change every time we have there's a chance they make a change to truncated domes, and it's because it is so confusing out there that there is no consistency whatsoever. I've got just a library full of pictures from people sending of truncated domes that have been applied just unbelievably. There's no rhyme or reason to where they're going on. So obviously there's a huge problem with the way it's written, with the way it's interpreted, with the way that it's enforced. And I absolutely would love to see another task force that looked at this. So thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Any other comments from the committee? All right. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed to public comment. If Again, as always, I remind the public who wishes to speak on agenda item 6, item 9, put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. Listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters
Irina
on
Grosman.
agenda item 6, item 9?
Dara?
Dara Sher, Disability Rights California. For the reasons stated by the member was Disability Rights California supports item 9, change in item 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara.
There are no other hands and no phone participants.
And the only comment received was just mentioned. So concludes the public comment portion, and we'll now entertain a motion on agenda item 6, item 9.
Dan Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
Eugene Lozano, second.
It is moved and seconded that we approve agenda item 6, item 9 as submitted. Is there further discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad Wunluck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arfaez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Abstain.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
Thank you. This motion carries.
Agenda item 6, item 9 has been approved by the committee. We will now proceed to agenda item 6, item 10. DSA, when you're ready, go ahead and present.
Thank you. Item 10 addresses applicable code section 11B-806.2.3.1. The topic is personal lift device floor space. The statement of reason reads, in item 10, a non-substantive clarification, DSA proposes to amend the technical requirements for personal lift device clear floor space to clarify that this requirement is applicable to transient lodging where many hotel owners block the underside of the bed. This requirement is not applicable to housing at a place of education, which requires compliance with the Fair Housing Act design requirements, and also requires a place of education to provide reasonable modifications for a student upon request. This item is related to item number 3. Moving to the code text, if adopted. Section 11B-806.2.3, sleeping area. This section, the text remains unchanged. Exception, as part of this subsection, the exception also is text that remains unchanged. Subsection 11B-806.2.3.1, personal lift device floor space. In transient lodging facilities, a clearance for the use of a personal lift device shall be provided under the bed, as in parentheses, and adjacent to the clear floor space required by section 11B-806.2.3. The clearance shall be parallel to the long side of the bed and extend under the bed to the points horizontally 30 inches, vertically 7 inches, and not more than 12 inches from the head and foot of the bed.
That concludes your presentation on that item?
Yes, apologies. That is the end of that proposal.
Perfect. Thank you. Now comes back to the committee for committee discussion on agenda item 6, item 10, 11B-806.2.3.1. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendment?
I do.
Janice, yeah.
Okay, seeing as we are differentiating in California places education versus transient lodging, do you see this as being applicable to mobility sleeping rooms at places of education? I would think yes, but I'm getting a little bit confused because we're separating out transient lodging from student housing at a place of education, whereas ADA does not. And this also has different requirements than what we'd have under FHA 11A equivalent, in terms of that you need 3 feet clear on both sides of a bed, or if it's shared, between 2 beds. So I'm personally getting confused with this, and I don't know how it's going to be interpreted.
Thanks, Janice. Ida, you have your hand raised. Would you like to go ahead and respond?
Sure. Again, this is a California requirement that was passed for transient lodging facilities and has been in the code a really long time prior to our 2010 adoption of the ADAS as model code, which has specific requirements for housing at a place of education that are included in the 2010 ADAS. This is not included in the 2010 ADAS as one of those requirements. This is a California specific requirement, and it was passed in rulemaking specifically to transient lodging facilities only. So this just clarifies that requirement. As Michelle had stated in her statement of reasons, housing at a place of education usually has the students move their furniture around. And so they're also required to have reasonable accommodations. So they usually engage with the school facility, and the school facility needs to provide whatever modification needs to be inside that dorm room. And so the difference between transient lodging and housing at a place of education, when we're talking about lifts and clearance under the bed, is that the beds are fixed in hotel rooms. Individuals with disabilities that frequent hotel rooms don't usually have the option to request at least that I'm not aware of, I could be corrected, to move the furniture so that it can be accommodated, which is why the regulation was passed for hotel rooms to have the specific clearance under the bed, because many beds are blocked. Most furniture at housing at a place of education is movable. It has clear space underneath because a lot of students use it for storage. And also they have to request the modifications that are also needed. And the school is required to provide it for any student who comes and request reasonable kind of modification under FHA requirements. So those are the differences, but specifically this requirement is that when this regulation was passed, it was not specific to housing at a place of education. And so therefore, without making that clarification, it shouldn't be applied to housing at a place of education in the rulemaking record. It was only applied to transient lodging facilities. Thank you.
If I may respond to that. If that is, again, transient lodging is inclusive of housing at a place of education. So if this is a California requirement, I understand it is, I know the code pretty well on this stuff, then what we should say as an exception that is not applicable to housing at a place of education. Because transient lodging has a meaning that includes housing at a place of education. And I think that would add clarity to it.
Thanks, Janice. Trevor, you have a comment?
Janet, just somewhat summarize the comment I plan to make, and after the Title II regs defining transient lodging facilities include housing in a place of education. And so where we're separating that out on a state level, we should clearly state that in the building code. And if we don't, it's going to cause some confusion.
Thanks, Trevor. Any additional committee comments on item 10? Okay, I did one more.
Could I
proceed to
ask
public
staff? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to ask staff for clarification on the clearance required under the bed, which the last part of the last sentence says not more than 12 inches from the head and foot end of the bed. So that's the clearance under the bed that that shall not be more than 12 inches from either the foot or the head of the bed. Am I understanding that correctly? And is that different from the 48-inch clear space that's not under the bed, but to the side of the bed. Could staff
for us,
please clarify that?
The language you're referencing isn't being modified in this proposal.
I'm just asking for clarification, that's all.
So we have existing code language you're asking for clarification on that's not being modified?
Yes, please.
I'll go ahead and give Ida a chance to respond, I guess, briefly to that, and she had her hand out as well, and then we'll proceed to public comment.
So I'm sorry, I didn't catch our Faraz's question because it was cutting in and out. I did want to clarify that the ADA and the U.S. Department of Justice and its regulations does not state that housing at a place of education is transient lodging. It states that housing at a place of education must comply with transient lodging requirements. But by definition, there is a specific definition for housing at a place of education and a specific definition for transient lodging. So I just wanted to clarify the differences, which is why it's important to identify the distinction in our regulatory requirements, of which California specific regulations are required to comply with transient lodging facilities that are required to comply with additional California specific requirements where housing at a place of education is not. And I will defer to staff since they might have heard our Faraz's question to clarify his question. Thank you.
Staff, go ahead and respond to that.
Thank you. Yes, we are not proposing to change the required clear area under the bed, and the clear area under the bed is dependent on the size of the bed itself, so it may or may not match the clear floor space outside of the bed. It does permit 12 inches at the head and the foot end of the bed to be blocked. The rest is remain open.
Thank you, DSA. Any other comments from the committee before we go to public comment? Okay, we're going to go and proceed to public comment at this time. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 6, item 10, regarding 11B 806231 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 10.
Dara Sher, Disability Rights California. We support this proposal. We have one suggestion for clarification. In the first patent, the change says clearance for the use of a personal lift device shall be provided under the bed (S) and (N). So it's bed or bed, plural. But in the second sentence, bed is only singular, and it should be consistent. So it should be under the bed (S) in the second two references as well as in the first reference, so that there's consistency. It's clear that it applies to each bed. It needs to have that space. So we recommend that clarifying language, and otherwise we support this provision.
Thank you, Dara.
No other hands and no phone participants.
Okay, any other written comments that weren't addressed there, Beth?
Nope.
Okay, so that would conclude the public comment
Audio now
portion,
unmuted.
and I will entertain a motion on agenda item 6. Excuse me, agenda item 6, item 10.
Thank you.
Propose the item number 10 be approved as submitted, criteria number 6.
So we don't need a criteria, correct?
Oh,
Beth?
excuse me. Yeah.
Perfect.
Sorry.
Just want to make sure we're good. So approved as submitted has been
Just being anal
from Michael.
Kaiser, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve agenda item 6-10, item 10, Approve as submitted. Is there further discussion regarding the motion?
Eugene Lozano,
Just a quick.
Yes, Eugene.
I'd like a friendly amendment, which would be the addition of the S as Dara just stated in the sentence, so that it would be clear that it's bad apostrophe S close parentheses. So it's consistent.
Michael, I'm gonna look to you as you're the one that submitted that, made that, but I have David that wants to chime in first before we go there.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Do you mind if I wait? So the way I read that sentence is that the clearance is the object of that sentence. So if we put a plural by the beds, the clearance is now going to have to be adjacent to beds, plural. So the first sentence designates that there will be clearance under the bed. There will be clearance shall be provided under the beds. But then the second says this clearance shall be parallel to the long side of the bed. So if you make the beds plural there, your clearance now has to be adjacent to potentially 2 beds. So I hear what you're saying, and I agree that you want to agree, but when you make this agree just by making all the beds possible to be plural, you're now having to have the clearance be adjacent to multiple beds, which I don't think is the DSA's intention. So I think it's fine as it is.
I withdraw the friendly amendment.
Okay, so that's been withdrawn.
And then I didn't want to change
Thank you,
it.
David. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, David. And I just said if DSA believes they need to make some kind of a a change on that, it's editorial, then they could do that. So down the road.
Okay, Trevor, you have your hand raised on this one.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate, so Title II regulation 28 CFR 35-151 Section F says housing at a place of education is subject to this section shall comply with the provisions of the 2010 standards applicable to transient lodging, including Section 806. So Title II regulations lump them together, housing at a place of education and transient lodging. Here at the state level, we're prying them apart when we're doing a state level additional 806 requirement. That distinction should not be implied. It should be made explicit in this regulation. Otherwise, it's going to cause confusion.
Thanks, Trevor. DSA, you also have your hand raised. Do you want to respond to any of the comments that have been made?
In response to the suggested friendly amendment, we concur that it's a grammatically works as is. The plurality in the first sentence applies to the singular space references in the following sections, the following sentence.
Thank you. Do we have any other discussion on the item? Seeing none, we will now have the roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad Lundluck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arfaez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field, David
David,
Fielder.
you're on mute.
Aye.
Thank you, David. The motion carries.
Agenda item 6-10 has passed. We'll now move to item 11. Agenda item 6-11, 11B 806.2.4.1 for transient lodging facilities and housing at a place of education. DSA, the floor is yours.
Thank you. DSA proposes to amend section 11B-806.2.4.1, transient lodging facilities and housing at a place of education. This requirement applies to both transient lodging facilities, which uses the term toilet or bathing rooms, and to housing at a place of education, where the requirements for the defined term bathroom apply. DSA proposes to use both terms in this section to denote applicability in both types of facilities. The section would read, if adopted, 11B-806.2.4.1 vanity countertop space. If vanity countertop space is provided in non-accessible guest bathrooms, toilet, or bathing rooms, comparable vanity countertop space in terms of size and proximity to the lavatory shall also be provided in accessible guest bathrooms, toilet, or bathing rooms. That's the end of the proposal.
Thank you, DSA. We'll move now to committee discussion. As mentioned, we are on agenda item 6, item 11. Committee members, do you have comments regarding the proposed amendment? I don't want to jump too quickly, but seeing none, we will proceed to public comment on this one. This time, I'd remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 6, item 11, to put yourself in the queue by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 11?
I don't see any hands and no phone.
Beth and staff, did we receive any written comments on this item before the meeting?
We did receive a written comment on this. DRC supports item 11.
Thank you, Beth. That concludes the public comment portion, and then now we will entertain a motion on agenda item 6, item 11.
Dan Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
We have a second.
Second.
Audio now unmuted.
I believe that was Eugene Lozano with the second. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. It is moved and seconded that agenda item 6, item 11 be approved as submitted. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we'll now move to the roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Beth, can you please conduct a roll call vote?
Brad Wunluck,
Aye.
Eugene Lozano,
Aye.
Arforez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons.
I was out of the room and didn't hear it, so I'm going to abstain.
Thank you. Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Agenda item 6, item 11 has been approved as submitted. Now moving to agenda item 6, item 13, code section 11B 809.6. DSA, want to go ahead and with your presentation, please.
Right, this is for 11B-809.6, residential dwelling units with adaptable features. I'll proceed to statement of reasons. DSA proposes to remove reference to multifamily from the residential dwelling units with adaptable features in section 11B-809.6. As written, the term defines the unit and not a multifamily building. In the 2022 intervening code cycle, DSA proposed and adopted clarifying scoping requirements in section 11B-233.3.1.2, which clarified the requirement that newly constructed buildings with 3 or more residential dwelling units must provide residential dwelling units with adaptable features. Therefore, the reference to multifamily in section 11B-809.6, which is intended to provide scoping and is thereby misplaced in the technical requirements, is proposed to be removed to provide greater consistency and eliminate confusion. So I'll proceed to the code text if adopted. 11B-809.6, residential dwelling units with adaptable features. Residential dwelling units with adaptable features shall comply with section 11B-809.7 through 11B-809.12. And this concludes this proposal.
Thank you, DSA. This item is now to the committee for discussion of agenda item 6, item 13 for 11B 809.6. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendment? All right.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you. This is going to take a few minutes, I believe. I've had a number of projects that I got involved with or publicly funded that I have never seen before. And this was a huge issue, this particular wording and where California had previously been. When we adopted this and we used the language from the Fair Housing Act and we used what was constituted, covered multifamily dwelling units. And it was clear that that was the definition that was being used under that regulation was being passed into, or was intended to be passed into the public housing. So, and when we talked about, and what was said earlier, when we talked by DSA, when we talked about compliance with section 12955.1, when you look under that section, and I'm going to read here from section 12955.1.1, it states, for purposes of section 12955.1, the following definitions shall apply. And it says covered multifamily dwellings shall mean both of the following. It says buildings that consist of at least 4 condominium dwelling units or at least 3 rental apartment dwelling units. If the buildings have at least 1 elevator, for purposes of definition, dwelling units within a single structure separated by firewalls do not constitute separate buildings. And number 2 said the ground floor dwelling units and buildings that consist of at least 4 condominium dwelling units or at least 3 rental apartment dwelling units if the buildings do not have an elevator. And then they had the same provision, the definition about constituting separate buildings with firewalls. Okay, so what is explained in the ISR here in the statement of reasons is not accurate. It states that, for one, the reference to multifamily is intended to provide scoping, and that it's let me see what it is. Scoping reference. It says in here, as written, the term defines the unit and not a multifamily building. Okay, but the definition that you're required to use under the law for this particular provision doesn't blur that. It blurs that. It says covered multifamily dwellings means buildings that consist of 4 or more condominium dwelling units and the dwelling units. So they're not just talking about it's involved, but the covered the dwelling units. It talks about both buildings and dwelling units. So to say that that's separate is not an accurate term. What I'm concerned with here is that what we got done was, depending on when this project got its permit on this makes a huge distinction on different types of projects as to whether or not it's going to be considered to be a multifamily project or it's just going to apply to anything that's publicly housed. And I think that's what what they're doing here is taking it from what was intended. It was supposed to apply to, 3 or 4 units, and they're going to make it apply to everything. So you're either going to have mobility impaired units or you're also going to have adaptable units. You're going to have those because if I see that if you remove this, and it makes a huge difference. And so what I'm doing, and this is not in any other law. So what I'm trying to find out is that what you're intending? And can DSA make a distinction as to what they were intending to do with this standard from not only this section, but from the last code section? So I can understand what you're asking to do here.
DSA staff, do you want to respond to Michael's question, I guess, on this one before we move on to the other committee members' comments?
Yes, thank you. 11B-809.6 is a technical requirements section. It is not a scoping section. Scoping is handled in the Division 2 sections, and so it would be inappropriate to include any sort of language at 11B-809.6 that would be scoping. So this is only intended to clarify that once you get to the fact that you are required to provide residential dwelling units with adaptable features, this section then directs you to additional subsections for those requirements.
Okay. Okay, well, let's go to a different question on this same issue. The original, when this was adopted, DSA was taking, and the reference was to the Fair Housing Act for covered multifamily dwelling units. And this is what that was supposed to be applied. What I'm seeing here right now is this is completely being taken out of that realm. And you're putting in an entirely new law that's now saying that all of them have to be either mobility impaired or adaptable. And it's regardless of whether or not they are considered a covered multifamily dwelling unit. And when you talk about scoping versus technical, we just talked about that in another one. You've got another standard we just talked about for the transient lodging where you got scoping and technical in the same sentence for the last one or two ago we just talked about. So is that going to be changed too? This needs to be something that's going to have to be clarified because out there in the world right now, this is going to change projects.
Thanks, Michael. Do we have any other additional committee comments or questions at this time?
Eugene Lozano?
Yes, Eugene, please.
Excuse me, I have to leave for a medical appointment so sorry, I have to drop off. Thank you.
Thanks, Eugene. Thank you for your time today.
Okay, bye.
Do we have any other additional committee comments on agenda item 6, item 13? Okay, at this time, we'll proceed to public comment. I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 6, item 13, put yourself in the queue now by using the raise hand feature of Zoom and listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 13? Dara, please.
Sarah Scher, Disability Rights California. We support this provision.
What a surprise.
Excuse me?
Sarah, please.
Support this provision.
Apologize for the interruption.
And we do believe the scoping clear in other parts of the code for residential dwelling units with adaptable features are those that are required under the scoping. And so we strongly support this provision.
Thank you, Dara.
There are no other hands and no phone participants.
And CBC staff, as the past few items, Dara has responded or presented her comments. So that was the comment in writing. So we don't need to summarize those.
That's correct. We have no other comments.
Thank you. So at this time, that concludes the public comment portion, and we will entertain a motion on agenda item 6, item 13.
This is Dan Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Bill Summer, second.
It is moved and seconded that agenda item 6, item 13 be approved as submitted. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote.
Hang on. I'm sorry, I didn't get to my button in time.
You almost got cut off, Michael.
Sorry. I'm just going to mention again that I'm concerned because this what I'm reading right now is a conflict between the standard and the definition that is promulgated under the regulation. And so, and I don't see how that gets, I don't see the resolution of this. So I just said, I don't believe this needs to go to I believe this needs to go to further study, or it needs to get an opinion on the legal matter in regards to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Michael, this is Dan Kaiser. I can also see that this is a California only amendment and not ADA language.
Thanks. If we could, I'd like to give DSA staff, as they've had their hand raised, a chance to address.
Thank you. I think there's some confusion with the term covered multifamily dwelling. That is a Fair Housing Act term, and that is a term that is used by Chapter 11A. Chapter 11B uses the phrase public housing, and item number 1 of public housing can be a 1 or 2 family dwelling unit or congregate residence. So it is not always just a covered multifamily building.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
There's no other comments. We'll proceed with a vote at this time. Okay. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad Glenluck,
Aye.
Arfaez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
No.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
Thank you, David. And the motion carries 7-1.
Agenda item 6-13 has been approved. Next up is agenda item 6-14. I would request on this item, as Eugene, I believe, was the person who requested this, that the proposed text, because it is extremely lengthy in this section, not be read unless somebody from the committee would request that at this time.
Great.
DSA, if you can please proceed, and you can omit reading the proposed code language that we've previously done.
Understood. This is applicable code section 11B-809.8 through 11B-809.8.4. And I'll proceed to the statement of reasons. DSA proposes to amend the requirements of 11B-809.8 to provide clarity for interior doors within residential dwelling units with adaptable features. Existing language in the code required interior doors to comply with section 11B-404.2, yet subsequent requirements in the section provided a list of specific requirements for interior doors that conflicted with section 11B-404.2 and created an invalid exception to the requirements. Conflicting requirements are a violation of Health and Safety Code 18930A1, also known as Item 1 of the 9-point criteria for building standards. This created confusion to the code user. The proposed language lists the specific requirements of section 11B-404.2, which are applicable to interior doors in residential dwelling units with adaptable features, and provides greater clarity to the requirements that are specific to interior doors in residential dwelling units with adaptable features provided in section 11B-809.8. To further clarify the requirements, the existing exceptions in section 11B-809.8 are proposed to move to the more appropriate location in section 11B-809.8.3.1. And that concludes this proposal.
Thank you, DSA. At this time, this item is open for committee discussion. For reference, we are on agenda item 6, item 14, which is 11B 809.8 through 11B 809.8.4. Committee members, do you have any comments or questions regarding these proposed amendments?
Dan Kaiser here for staff. Just a quick question. I did not go word for word, but basically you just took one section and moved it in its entirety. Is that correct? To a new section?
Yes, while adding some clarity at the main section 11B-809.8, instead of providing a directive to comply with 11B-404, we instead added numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4
Right.
that specified which section for each element to comply with.
Right. Thank you very much.
Janice, your hand raised.
Yeah, I have one question here. So these are doors and adaptable units. And what you've added was, I'm looking at exception number 4, doors in series. And doors in series shall comply with 11B-40426. So that is having 48 inches beyond the door to the next door in a dwelling unit. That wasn't in adaptable units at all. So that is huge, because I've seen some hallways now where this is going to be a major snafu. Is that the intent?
To not create a situation where wheelchair users can be trapped with it between two doors.
Okay, well, again, I'm seeing a situation where we have a vestibule and we have doors on each side of the vestibule and, inside the unit. You don't have a doors in series issue inside a dwelling unit for adaptable. But now we're making this more than the clear floor space that's normally required, because doors in adaptable don't need as much clear floor space. But what you're doing is putting in a huge amount of clear floor space. And I'm not saying whether it's good or bad or indifferent. I'm just asking whether this is the intent to do that. Because now what we're going to have is 48 inches beyond the door in any position of the swing to the next door. So we make it into a 7-foot wide hallway in an adaptable dwelling unit. Was that the intent? And I came across this issue in one project I'm just working on this last couple of weeks, where they have a vestibule with 3 doors. And I'm saying, get rid of one of the door. This is just bad design. But to go and adorn an adaptable unit doesn't need as much clearance, maneuvering space, as a door in a mobility unit. And now we're adding like 4 feet by putting in exception 4 there. Was that the intent?
May I respond?
Yes, please.
Okay. If the designers choose to design a doors in series, then yes, it is the intent to make it so that wheelchair users would not get trapped in that space.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the committee? Good. This time we'll proceed to public comment. I would remind the public who wishes to speak on agenda item 6, item 14, to put yourself in the queue by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for a request for comments from the phone and then unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please do so by stating your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 14?
Sarah?
Dara Sure, Disability Rights California. We support this proposal and we appreciate DSA's clarification about one of the goals being to avoid getting wheelchair users trapped in a small space, even in adaptable. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Dara.
There are no other hands and no phone participants.
And I believe our written comment was also addressed by Dara. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Perfect. So that concludes the public comment portion of agenda item 6. Item 14. Do we have a motion from the committee?
This is Kaiser. Motion to approve as submitted.
We have a motion. I will second it then and move it forward. So as we moved in second, we've been moved and seconded that agenda item 6-14 be approved as submitted. Is there further discussion regarding the motion?
This is Dan Kaiser. One of the primary reasons is that all we're doing here is relocating code sections. We're not making any substantial changes. So if you have any heartaches with a specific section, it already exists. So you need to go through the code process and change whatever you do have heartaches with. But other than that, I think this is a good change. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Janice.
Dan, no, there is no doors and series within a dwelling unit for adaptable units right now. So this is a substantive change for that. Is it a good idea? I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying that this is a change that we don't have currently.
And I'm going to second that too, because, you know, there are a lot of things that are being put in here that are significantly more stringent. That the statement you made is not accurate, Dan, quite frankly, in my opinion. And what I'm just kind of concerned with is that they're being put in here. We're getting new standards put into the code. And you're saying this provides greater clarity. Clarity is supposed to be for existing. If you're explaining something better, not making up new codes to do that. It's just, I'd rather just hear it on the front end that you're going to be adding things to it and saying that that's what you're going to be doing and that's what you're intending to do. It would be greatly appreciated.
If you look up at the very first paragraph, they struck out 11B-402.2, and all they did is put it back in items 1 through 4. So again, it's already in the code. Nothing has changed. Right, wrong, or indifferent. No changes were made.
Any other comments regarding the motion on the floor?
The other thing that's changed, and again, the intent I was asked is we're changing the hardware height on doors for adaptable units. Before it was for adaptable, it's 30 to 44, I believe, whereas in mobility, it's 34 to 44. Is this the intent to do that?
And again, I read it as it already exists. Up in your very first paragraph, that already exists.
Dan, to your point, you're saying that the section being struck 11B-404.2 is just being moved down and separated out in items 1 through 4, which still reference 11B-404.2 and then the appropriate section.
That's correct.
Thank you. Any other comments from the committee? Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to the roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state that. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad Winluck,
Yes, aye.
Arferez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Abstain.
Janice Kent,
Abstain.
David Field.
Aye.
Okay. 5-2, the motion passes.
Agenda item 16-14 has been approved. We will now move on to agenda item 6-15, which is.
Kevin has his hand up.
I'm sorry, Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the quick interruption. Just wanted to do a time check. We've been going for a little over 90 minutes, and it looks like we've still got a few more items, so we'll probably go the distance this afternoon, and wanted to check with our ASL translators to see when they'd like to take a 10-minute break.
This is Rachel. I'm happy to keep going. I can stay beyond 4 if needed.
Thank you, Rachel.
Kevin, because we do have 6 items remaining, would it be best to take 10 minutes now and come back at 3:50? Or what's your suggestion?
I just wanted to defer to the interpreters. If they're okay to go beyond 4 o'clock without a break, you know, I just wanted to be sensitive to that. But if they want to take a break, I think now would be a good time. So
I see them
no break
shaking
needed,
their head.
Ashley or Rachel.
Rachel, Ashley, both shaking their head. No, we'll continue.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
All right, so moving on to agenda item 6, item 15. Code section 11B 80910. DSA, would you like to give us a presentation on this one?
Yes, and just to clarify, I am not reading the code text if adopted. I'm just reading the statement of reasons, correct?
That's correct. And if we have any questions, we can go ahead and refer those to those specifically. But because we do have a little over an hour left, yes, we will go ahead and refrain from reading the proposed code language.
Okay, thank you. So this proposal is for section 11B-809.10, bathrooms and powder rooms in residential dwelling units with adaptable features. DSA proposes to change all reference to, quote, toilet and bathing rooms, unquote, to bathrooms for section 11B-809.10, which is applicable solely to residential dwelling units with adaptable features. The variant terms create confusion for the code user. California Building Code Chapter 2 has definition for bathroom, which defines applicable requirements under the Fair Housing Act, but does not contain a definition for the phrase toilet and bathing rooms. By using bathrooms, the definition enforces the requirements that all fixtures must be in one bathroom or compartmented interconnected bathrooms. DSA proposes to amend section 11B-809.10.1 to include reference to section 11B-809.10.5.2, which requires backing for grab bars at bathtubs. This reference was omitted in prior rulemaking. DSA proposes to amend section 11B-809.10.2 to create consistency and clarity with no regulatory effect. DSA proposes to amend section 11B-809.10.3 to remove the reference for section 11B-809.10.5.2 grab bars in bathtubs and section 11B-809.10.6.4 grab bars in showers from the powder room requirements. Powder rooms, by the definition in CBC Chapter 2, may only include a toilet and a lavatory. The appropriate references for grab bars and showers are provided in section 11B-809.10.1. Inclusion of these requirements was an error in prior rulemaking. I note that the item is related to items 1 and 11, which we have already reviewed. And that is the end of this proposal.
Thank you, Michelle. This item now moves to the committee for discussion. As referenced, we are on agenda item 6-15 in 11B-80910. Before I pass it off to the committee members, I'm going to go ahead and kick us off. As you mentioned, Michelle, this item relates to items 1 and 11. My question is with regards to 11B-809.10.2, specifically number 2, 3, 4, and 5. That are changing the language of complying to shall comply. To me, it sounds duplicative when the sentence above says the unit shall be designed to comply with the following, and then we have further language that says bathtub shall comply, shower shall comply. Can you explain the reasoning for that language and not something else rather than having, bathtubs per section 11B 80910 or what have you. Because it ends up being duplicative, which I think could be a little bit confusing by duplicating shall comply with both areas.
Well, the existing language says complying, and so we're simply changing the word complying to the phrase shall comply, primarily because the rest of chapter 11B uses the phrase shall comply rather than the term complying. So it was a consistency sort of grammar correction.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the committee on item 15 of agenda item 6?
Dan Kaiser, specifically for staff, you said something during your statement of reasonings that since we don't have a definition for toilet and bathing rooms, you're going to have to completely redo section 11B 603, which is actually entitled toilet and bathing rooms. So for the next cycle, we need to clean that up then, if this is your statement of reasons that you want to stand by. Thank you.
For staff, the reference regards to the definition not being in the Fair Housing Act, not in 11B, or did I miss that? Michelle?
Sorry. There is no definition for toilet and bathing rooms in the Fair Housing Act. The Fair Housing Act uses the word bathroom and defines it.
Okay. Further committee discussion? All right. Seeing none, we will proceed to public comment. At this time, I'd remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 6, item 15, to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please do so and state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 15?
Sarah?
Dara, go ahead.
Sure. Disability Rights California. Thank you. We support item 15 and appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, Dara.
There are no other hands or phone participants.
And then confirming with staff that the only comments received in writing were just mentioned by Dara on the call.
That's correct.
Thank you. That would conclude the public comment portion. At this time, we'll entertain a motion on agenda item 6, item 15 for 11B 80910.
Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
Filmer, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve agenda item 6-15 as submitted. Is there further discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we'll now have the roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye, and those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state that. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad One
Aye.
Arfrez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Abstain.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
6 and 1. Motion passes.
All right, agenda item 6, item 15 has been approved as submitted. Moving along, or moving back to agenda item 6 item 6, 11B 233.3.1.2.6.1. DSA, the item is yours.
Thank you. Item 6 is with regard to application applicable code section 11B-233.3.1.2.6.1. Topic is public housing site and practicality. Our statement of reason reads, Item 6, a non-substantive administrative change. DSA proposes to correct the reference in section 11B-233.1.2.6.1, which incorrectly references, section 11B-233.3.1.2.6.2, a different unusual characteristic test of site and practicality. This correction should appropriately reference section 11B-233.3.1.2.6.5, which lists features with which remaining ground floor dwelling units are required to comply. This proposal was brought forth by a CASP stakeholder. And that is the end of this proposal.
Thank you very much. We now move it to the committee for committee discussion. As referenced or as discussed, we are on agenda item 6, item 6. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendment? Hearing none, we would proceed to public comment. As usual, I would recommend or remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 6, to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen as Barbara will ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and the phone for comments on agenda item 6, item 6?
Dara Scher, Disability Rights California. We support item 6. This is an important clarification. We want to note, however, that we've alerted DSA on several occasions to the fact that the site and practicality provisions need further work. They have incorporated some 11A impracticality exceptions into our 11B buildings that should not be there without further clarification. And I just want to flag this, that while we were supporting this particular amendment, we still remain concerned about these site impracticality incorporations and urge DSA to consider them. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands raised or phone participants.
And as stated in the past several items, the only written comment received, I believe, was from Dara Disability Rights. Do we have anything else? Nope. That's it. All right. That concludes the public comment portion, and we'll now entertain a motion on agenda item 6, item 6.
Move to approve item number 6, Mike Gibbons.
Thank you, Michael. Do we have a second?
Second.
Kaiser second. It's moved and seconded that the agenda item 6, item 6 be approved as submitted. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion? All right, hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state that as well. Beth, can you please conduct the vote?
Brad Wunluck,
Aye.
Arfaez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Agenda item 6-6 has been approved. We're now moving on to agenda item 6-7 in 11B 233.3.1.2.6.5. DSA, do you want to present to us, please?
Yes, thank you. The topic on this item, which you've already specified the applicable section, the topic is public housing site and practicality additional requirements. The statement of reason reads, in item 7, a non-substantive administrative change, DSA proposes to provide additional information about the applicability of this section with the introductory language. DSA also proposes to correct the reference for clarity. Item number 2 in section 11B-233.3.1.2.6.5 should reference the requirements for manual doors in section 11B-404.2.3 and not the requirements in section 11B-404.3.1. which are applicable to subsection of automatic and power assist doors and gates. Item number 4 in section 11B-233.3.1.2.6.5 should reference the requirements for section 11B-809.8.4 for door signaling devices and not the requirements in section 11B-809.8.1 for thresholds. This proposal was brought forward by CASP and other stakeholders, and that is the end of this proposal.
Thank you, staff. Items now to the committee. Agenda item 6 - item 7. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding this proposed amendment? All right. Seeing none, we'll proceed to public comment. This time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 6, item 7, to put yourself in the queue by raising your hand in the Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 7?
Dara? Dara Scher, Disability Rights California. We support this and appreciate the additional clarification that it provides. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands raised and no phone participants.
And the only written comment we received was from Dara and her group, correct?
That's correct.
Perfect. So that would conclude the public comment portion. At this time, we'll entertain a motion on agenda item 6, item 7.
Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
Gibbons, second.
All right. It is moved and seconded that agenda item 6, item 7 be approved as submitted. Is there any further discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by stating no. If abstaining, please state that. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Did you freeze, Brad?
Did I freeze?
Oh, yeah. Did you, Brad one luck?
Yes, aye.
Aye, thank you. Arferez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer.
Aye.
You say aye? Was that aye? Yes, okay.
Yes, that was aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
thank you. Janice Kent,
Aye.
thank you. David Field,
Aye.
thank you. The motion carries.
Item 7 of agenda item 6 has been approved by the committee. We now proceed to agenda item 6, item 19, which is 1511.9.6.
The topic on that section is raised deck system egress and accessibility. Our statement of reason reads, in item 18, a non-substantive administrative change, DSA proposes to amend a provision in the 2025 International Building Code, the IBC, section 1511.9.6 is a new code section that will be adopted for the California Building Code when the Building Standards Commission adopts the 2025 IBC as model code. This proposal replaces the ICC reference in Chapter 11 with a reference to Chapter 11A and Chapter 11B as applicable. And that is the end of this proposal.
Thank you, DSA staff. Item is open for committee discussion. Again, we are on agenda item 6, item 19. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding this proposed amendment? All right, then we'll proceed to public comments. At this time, remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 6, item 19, to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 19?
Sarah?
Dara Sher, Disability Rights California. We are in support of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara.
That's it.
And the only written comment was from Dara and her group, so therefore I don't believe we have any other written comments, correct?
That's correct.
Perfect. That concludes the public comment portion, and at this time entertain a motion on agenda item 6, item 19.
Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
Do we have a second?
Second, Janice Kent.
It is moved and seconded that agenda item 6, item 19 be approved as submitted. Is there further discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we'll now have the roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad Wunleb,
Aye.
Arfaez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Agenda item 6, item 19 has been approved by the committee. We are at 4 o'clock. Kevin, do we need a break for our ASL interpreters, or can we continue with the next 2 items?
I'm looking at Rachel and Ashley, and it looks like we're okay to proceed. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Want to confirm that time check. At this time, we will move on to agenda item 6, item 20 for existing building code part 10, section 306. DSA staff, if you'd like to take this one.
Correct. Accessibility for existing buildings. I'll proceed to statement of reasons. DSA does not adopt Title 24, Part 10, California Existing Building Code, that's CEBC, Section 306, Accessibility for Existing Buildings. DSA has historically added a banner indicating that projects under DSA authority for accessibility should refer to Part 2 California Building Code CBC Chapter 11B. DSA proposes to remove the text of CEBC Section 306 and amend the banner to state that public buildings, public accommodations, commercial facilities, and public housing are required to comply with Chapter 11B. This creates clarity from the requirements for housing in the note provided by HCD regarding housing required to comply with Chapter 11A. DSA has received inquiries from code users regarding the application of CEBC Section 306 to projects that are covered by CBC Chapter 11B. Printing both CEBC Section 306 and CBC Chapter 11B is duplicative and conflicting, creating an unnecessary ambiguousness for code users. Duplicative and conflicting requirements are a violation of Health and Safety Code 18930A1, also known as Item 1 of the 9-point criteria for building standards. And this item is related to item number 21. And that concludes this proposal.
Thank you. DSA will go ahead and move agenda item 6, item 20 to the committee. Committee, do you have any comments regarding this proposed amendment?
Yes, this is Mike. Yeah, this has been needed for a long time. Thank you. I'd like to see this go through too.
Thanks, Michael. Any other comments from the committee? All right, so we'll go ahead and proceed to public comment. At this time, I'd like to remind the public to speak, who wishes to speak on agenda item 6, item 20, to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 20?
Sarah?
Dara Sher, Disability Rights California. While we appreciate the rationale for this, DRC opposes this change. It is a reduction in access prohibited by Government Code 4459. The reason it is that a number of these provisions, particularly relating to maintenance of existing accessible features or access or alterations, provide greater accessibility than the existing 11 language. And to remove these provisions without correspondingly adding that language into the related provisions in 11B is an effective reduction in access. And that is prohibited under the government code very clearly. And while these sections may not, it's not something that is normally included, they are there. They've been there for a long time. And to delete them without taking into account the protections they provide is not only a reduction in access under the government code, but would potentially violates the ADA. And we oppose this this change until corresponding language is proposed to prevent the reduction in access.
Thank you, Dara. Do we have any additional comments?
I do.
From the public.
Oh, sorry.
There's no other hands or any phone participants.
Okay. And the only comment in writing is from Dara, so I assume we've got that covered.
That's correct, Brett.
Perfect. So that would conclude the public comment portion. At this time, we would entertain a motion on agenda item 6, item 20. But Michael sounds like he might have a comment or question of staff. I don't know.
Well, just in case someone is wondering, DSA has never adopted this. It's in the existing building code, but if you go to the matrix adoption tables, you'll see that they didn't adopt it for enforcement. So it's never been a provision that's been enforced. It's like it doesn't exist. It's in a book that isn't used. So it isn't a reduction in access. It just isn't. And that's one of the things is so many people get confused by this, that it's a good thing that DSA is finally doing it. That's why I'm speaking to it.
And I would support and agree with your comment, Michael. But DSA, would you like to add something to what Michael just stated?
Thank you, Chairperson. Not add, but concur. The provisions in the existing building code have not been adopted. Therefore, Government Code 4459 would not be affected or in conflict with Government Code 4459.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on item 6, agenda item 6, item 20?
Movement to adopt as submitted.
Do we have a second?
David Field will second.
We have a motion and a second that agenda item 6, item 20 be approved as submitted. Is there further discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we'll now move to the roll call vote. Committee members voting in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by stating no. And if you choose to abstain, please indicate that as well. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad Runluck,
Aye.
Arferez Camara,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor, the motion carries.
Agenda item 6, item 20 has been approved. If I am correct, we are now moving on to agenda item 6, item 21, our last item of the day. And that's existing building code part 10, chapter 16, reference standards.
Right. Topic ICC A1 17.1. I'll proceed to statement of reasons. DSA proposes to amend the reference standard provided in Chapter 16 of the ICC Existing Building Code, IEBC, eliminating the Section 306 subsections that reference ICC A117.1. The IEBC is proposed to be adopted as model code for the California Existing Building Code. DSA does not adopt either Section 306 or ICC A117.1 for accessibility requirements, and instead adopts Chapter 11B, which is based on the 2010 Americans with Disabilities Act standards. DSA does not propose to strike the remaining sections, Sections 502.6, 503.18, 1011.4, and 1101.6 relate to general room acoustics. The 2010 Americans with Disabilities Act standards and the CBC Chapter 11B scoping does not include room acoustic scoping requirements. And this item is related to item 20, the previous item. And that concludes this proposal.
Thank you. The item now moves to committee for discussion. Again, we're on agenda item 6, item 21. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendments?
Yes, this is Kaiser.
Yes,
For staff, are you, just to clarify, are you, well, the 2017 ANSI standard doesn't have these sections. So I'm not sure what you're referring to, unless you have the model, the model code date incorrect. 503.18, 1011.4, 1011.6 don't exist in the 2017 ANSI standard. So what are you reading?
Go ahead and go back to staff to be able to respond.
Yeah, I've got it right here in front of me. Those code sections don't exist.
DSA.
Thank you. Yes, we are proposing these changes based on the 2025 model code IBC version. So this is what will be adopted when the Building Standards Commission adopts the new version of the code.
But you're misunderstanding me. The 2017 ANSI or the ICC A117.1 that you're referencing does not have those sections.
Oh, no, these sections aren't in ANSI A117. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. The sections listed are CBC and EBC code sections that refer to ANSI A117. This section of the model code lists where you can find references to ANSI A117. Since we're striking the 306 sections, we would no longer have a reference there.
So Dan, I think I was following your same line, which is those sections aren't in A117.1-17. I think staff is saying those aren't references to sections in A117.117. They're references in the existing building code to, or excuse me, references within those sections to A117.1-17.
And I understand that now, but that this proposal, the way it's written, makes no sense then.
I would disagree with you on that one, but I get what you're saying. So anybody, David, do you have an additional comment? I see you're off mute. No. Any other committee members?
Staff, can we find some way to convey your desires better?
Staff, you want to respond?
Sure. We would have no ability to make changes to the ANSI standards. The proposal is for model code language to be stricken. Has no reference to striking language out of the ANSI standards.
Thank you. Do we have any additional comments? Dan, do you have something else you wanted to raise?
This is just confusing to me, and no matter how I read it,
Dan, within the 2024 IEBC, it has in the back referenced standards. And within the reference standards has this A117, and then it lists all the code sections that apply to that A117 standard. And since they're not adopting Chapter 3 in the IEBC for the 2025 CEBC, they're just crossing those off because those won't be there. But the other sections, 506 and 1011.4 and 1101.6, apply to something that they don't have authority for to remove. So we were leaving those there.
Thanks, Beth. Do we have any additional comments from the committee on this item? Okay, we'll proceed to public comment. This time is the last time I'll stay at this, but I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 6, item 21, to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen to as the chair asks for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, can you please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 6, item 21?
Sarah? Dara Sher, Disability Rights, California. For the reasons stated on the previous item, we oppose change. I did want to thank the committee for their patience in listening to my multiple comments, and thank you for your work on these.
Thank you, Darren. We appreciate your involvement and your time to participate today.
There are no other hands and no phone participants.
And to confirm with staff, the only written comment was from Dara, so we have no other written comments for this item.
That's correct, Brett.
That concludes the public comment portion. At this time, we'll entertain a motion on agenda item 6, item 21.
Proposed to adopt as submitted.
We have a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
David Field will second.
We have a motion and a second to approve agenda item 6-21, item 21, approved as submitted. Is there further discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we'll now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by stating no. And if abstaining, please communicate that. Beth, can you please conduct the roll call vote?
Brad Wendland,
Aye.
Arfaez Kabata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser.
abstain.
Thank you. Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
6 and 1, motion carries.
Agenda item 6, item 21 has been approved by the committee. At this time, that completes all of the individual items, and I would request a motion for all items voted on. And we would need to proceed with a vote on that motion, but I need a motion and a second to approve the work that we've done on item 6.
This is Kaiser, motion to approve all items inclusive 1 through 21 as action was taken today.
Second, Gibbons.
We have a motion and a second. Can we now have the roll call vote, please?
Brad Wendland,
Aye.
Arfaez Kambata,
Aye.
Daniel Kaiser,
Aye.
Bill Zelmer,
Aye.
Michael Gibbons,
Aye.
Janice Kent,
Aye.
David Field.
Aye.
That motion then carries, and that would conclude the work here today. I want to go ahead and, before we adjourn, take a moment to thank building standard staff, Beth, Barbara, everyone else there, Kevin, Stoyan as well as DSA for the time that they put into this package, HCD for their time, as well as our committee members and vice chair. Really appreciate the time, not only in today, but to be able to prepare for the meeting. It definitely showed, and I appreciate the time and the effort. So Kevin, staff, do you have anything else to add before we entertain a final motion?
Nothing to add, Mr. Chair. Great job, everyone. Really appreciate everyone's hard work on this.
And I'd say, great job, Brad.
Yeah.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it.
Actually,
I
really.
don't know. I think he's 18 minutes late.
Hey, we got it done though. And no, I appreciate certainly everybody's support in getting this done today, as I stated. So if there's nothing else at this time, we would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Really? Motion to adjourn, Kaiser.
Do we have a second?
Second, Gibbons.
Second. It's been moved and seconded that the motion for adjournment be approved. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstained? All right. I thank you all again. The meeting is adjourned at 4:19 p.m.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you,
everybody.
Rachel and Ashley.
Have a good
Thanks,
evening,
everybody.
everyone.
And good job, interpreters. Really good job, too.
That was
Absolutely.
wonderful.
Thank you
And
both.
thank you
Thank
for
you.
being flexible.
Absolutely.
I would come back. This was interesting.
You can.
Not many
You kept
people would
up.
say that.
You've been
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
It was a nice challenge. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rachel.
Take care.
Yeah, bye-bye.
See y'all.